do you educate the generation of the future with the future knowledge, skills and values? No one knows today what will be in the future.
To engage the business sector, we need to show them what is the return on their investment. These young people will become their future employees, future business leaders that will themselves be working in the business sector and benefiting their community and their country.
Space to be able to dream and have the potential to implement it, I think it's very important. You become someone who looks at things differently.
Born leaders. I think that is something you have to earn and to develop with time, and it depends on the ecosystem surrounding you.
Alors j'ai beaucoup d'expérience, j'ai beaucoup de connaissances. Il ne faudrait pas que mes connaissances vont s'éteindre avec moi.
Качественная подготовка рабочих кадров в первую очередь зависит от подготовки преподавателей этой системы. Поэтому мы считаем, что в первую очередь нужно было модернизировать саму подготовку педагога.
We actually hope that with the help of EPF and through this cooperation to come up with long-term solutions that will benefit our workforce, our government, our businesses, and give actually
Sí, sí, sí.
Prova, prova. Prova. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing. Bene.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Prova, prova, prova. Prova, prova. Ok? Prova, prova, prova, prova. sento il rumore di fondo. Comunque 1 2 1 2 1 2 French.
Laia, laia, laia.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Ok, prova, prova, prova. Floor. Floor. Sei collegato? Volume? Bluetooth. Prova, prova, prova, prova. Prova. Ok. Got a shot.
Hello? Hello? Ooh. Hello? So this is just to wake you up, in fact. It was done in purpose. Can we just take a seat, little by little, because we are already accumulating some delay, as usually, l'Italienne, but still, if we can take a seat, and then we start in about 2-3 minutes, okay? Okay. Okay. Allora, let's take a seat. We start in 2 minutes. This applies also to Julian and his friends. Basically, it applies to everyone in the room, apart from Yorgos and myself.
Dear all, good morning.
Wow.
Please take your seats. I think we're ready to start. So, my name is Georgios Zissimos. I'm the head of unit for policy advice and EU programming at the ETF, the European Training Foundation. Welcome on board. Welcome to Torino. Welcome to Italy. It's a pleasure to have you all here. It's a very important day for us and hopefully for all of you and hopefully for a big crowd that is not here with us today and is following the discussion on vocational excellence. It's going to be a busy day today and tomorrow morning. Feel free to come into the discussions as we go along and contribute to excel the discussion about excellence. At this stage, let me invite on stage Simona. You will see a lot of us today and tomorrow. I hope we keep you in high spirit and in positive energy. But Simona has a tough task. She will be the one when time goes beyond limits to cut the microphone, to stop the microphone. So she's the person to look for. Yeah?
With all my tools.
Simona.
Okay, allora, welcome to everyone. I'm Simona Rinaldi from ETF, and welcome to Torino. And also, I want to give a warm welcome to everyone following us on streaming. We have quite a few people on streaming at the same time. So, before we start, you all got your badges, right? Say yes, also for me to understand you are alive. Okay, then, if you look at the badge, you have a little dot, which is a color. This color will help us to do some networking in some moments, and also it will be instrumental for the working group of tomorrow. Can I ask, for example, how many pink do we have in the room? Just raise your hand. So you have to check your colors, don't look at me. Check your color on your badge. Are you all connected here? Okay. How many pink do we have? 1. Oh, mamma mia. Okay, 2, 3, 4. Okay, va bene. Yellow, do we have yellow? Okay, now this is also useful for us for tomorrow for the group work to rebalance the number. Purple? Purple, I know Lida is purple because, you know, I have to tell you something. Lida, can you stand up a sec if you don't mind? Lida is actually dressing in purple and she got by chance the beige with purple. This is the elegance, what we say. Allora, then, the color coding is understood. I mean, nothing happened to you with but at least you know, because we will divide you also by color later during these 2 days. Dunque, before we said that, we thought that it was nice actually to have a question for you. That actually now it will appear here on the screen, inshallah, behind me. And you see that in front of you, you have a lot of stuff in your table. And this is really the Italian style. This is because it's our fault. It's Chiara and my fault and Serena that we put n'importe quoi on the table. But most important for now is that you have these 2 cards, one green and one red. And as you can guess, the green is the yes and the red is the no. And I have a question for you. Do you think that your CoVEs, and if it's not a center of vocational excellence you belong to, your organization anyway, is international enough to create partnership, not network, partnership, which is one level up, with the others? Rules to reply. Vabbè, you know already. Look at the Moroccan side. They're already all green. Va bene, Morocco. Allora, you are all, raise your cards. Even you, do you think ETF is enough international? Okay. Okay, so it's all green. There is no red. You are making a promise here. Eh? You are putting yourself in trouble. I'm telling you. But okay, we take it as green. Then we have actually new people coming. I think we stop for a second and we allow them to take a seat. Is that okay? Okay. Please take a seat. There is a space here or there. It's like in school. Everyone arrives late, want always to stay at the very last row. Ciao, Monica. We have some Brevard coming on the first row. Okay, bene, we stop a sec and take a seat and then we continue with the program. There is more space here and the tables there. And there are also extra chairs if you miss, but here we have two more. Mamma mia, it's like a wedding. Okay, allora, 2 chairs here are free. You are free?
Yes.
You are 2. No. No, I'm sorry. I asked to the sir, are you free? No, I'm married. No, I was asking, are you in free people? Okay, let's give an applause because we already started. Okay, then because Yorgos will kill me if I take too much time here. Okay, I just conclude by saying basically nothing. I will say it later. Just for you to know, you have a centerpiece here, which is actually plenty of stuff, also to make music when you are enough. And you feel very tempted to watch your mobile, just do like this. I understand we need to change the pace. You have a ball, you have everything. And those specific centerpieces will be useful for you tomorrow when you move to the group work. You can bring it with you. You have all your stuff to work together. And on the wall, you have these kind of nice papers where you can actually draw, write, whatever you want. Just be nice, because we usually take pictures at the end. So be nice, whatever you write and draw, and that's it, and floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Simona. I told you that she's the mean one, so you got a taste. Welcome to those who have just joined us. Now it's a full room. We actually have 20 different nationalities, at least 20 in this room. I think it's impressive. And it talks a lot about this international dimension that we will discuss a lot during the day today and tomorrow. And I see more people coming in. Please come in. There are still empty spaces. Please fill them in. You can use chairs from the side and just attach them to a table. Feel free to sit wherever you want. It's a free sitting arrangement. So I think we can kick off with the content now, the core business of this event. We want to stick on time, so in 10 minutes, I really need to pass the floor to colleagues to present the major results of a big contract that we are delivering by the end of this month. And it's important that we share that work with all of you and discuss it as well. So,
I have some question for you. Do you know that?
You always do.
Ah, okay. It's like a little theater. Va bene. Allora, we are all here, all sat down? Okay. Then there were still people coming, but I would start anyway. Allora, Yorgos, first of all, what are we doing here today? Oh, mamma mia.
So, today, it's the final event of a long process that we started a few years ago, and is about the international dimension of vocational excellence. It's about internationalizing vocational excellence. Today and tomorrow, we will present to you three very important tools or three very important results of this work of the last few years. The first one, it's a self-assessment tool for centers of vocational excellence, but not only. And that will come right after this introductory part. The second tool that we want to bring to your attention is the labels and the awards for excellence. And the two, the self-assessment tool and the labels and the award, they go together. And you will have a presentation for that as well. And the third one, it's a package of research that accompanies our continuous strive to look more what is vocational excellence. And you will receive today information about two pieces of research that we have developed the last couple of years. So that's why we're here today, Simona.
Are you satisfied? Yes? Did you reply to my question? Yes, okay, bene. Bene, you see? Allora, thinking for a moment at the time before COVID, how ETF actually started to work with the Center of Vocational Excellence? Tell us a bit about the story behind.
So there is a small story behind it. We started working on vocational excellence when the European Commission started working on vocational excellence, and that goes back to 2018. In the room today, we have Ranhild from the European Commission, and tomorrow we'll have the honor to have the director from DG Employment accompanying us in this discussion. But it was the initiative from the European Commission, in reality, that kicked off this process back in 2018. They have done a mapping. In this case, mapping means that they looked into different centers of vocational excellence in the EU to see what they're actually doing when they say they are excelling in their system, in their schools. And they collected all those characteristics. I think John was very much involved in that exercise back then. We did something similar for countries outside the EU. So we've done a mapping outside the EU. And we tried to look, what are those characteristics? What do they do when they say it's a center of vocational excellence? And then that's when we started mapping all those and putting them together. And I think we ended up in a number of 23 characteristics for centers of vocational excellence. In the years that we've been working with this notion of excellence, I don't think I've seen, I don't know if others have, I don't think I've seen one center of vocational excellence that ticks all those 23 characteristics. Some have 5, some have 10, some have more, but there's huge space for development. And that's why we are here today to use those tools to actually improve that work.
Okay, you were actually also short enough. Very good. Allora, last question. Do I understand correctly that the Commission wants to work more with the Center of Vocational Excellence at international level? And this is how this is connected with the red and green that we did earlier. Can you tell us just a bit more, very shortly, because I think this will contextualize a bit the work of today and tomorrow?
So we started 2018 together with the European Commission. We have developed our own mapping. We have put the two together, and we have created a network. And many of you, you're actually part of that network. It's called ENE, ETF Network for Excellence. You have seen it in many different sort of occasions. That network has more than 300 members all around the world. So that's when we started it. I think it was 2020 when we actually launched. And we asked the ministries from different countries. Moldova was one of the first ones to respond. And they have identified centers of vocational excellence. We started with the ministries because we wanted the ministries to be part of the discussion of vocational excellence. Because we feel that when you have a center of excellence, that needs to fit back to the whole vet system. Otherwise, it's not inclusive enough. And that was the aim of involving the ministries in this discussion early enough. That network has expanded, and that's when we had the proposal from the European Commission to strengthen even further the international dimension of vocational excellence. And that led to a signing of a contract which expires now, and it's all about the international cooperation and strengthening this cooperation with the Centers of Vocational Excellence, and that is the package that you will see the results of today. Yeah? So in the meantime, the European Commission again discussed with us, and we felt that after you deliver a tool, then you need to put it into practice. You need to use it really. And that's when we had the second contract signed, and that came up last April 2023, and it will go until 2025. So in a way, we ensure that after these tools and products are delivered, that there is a follow-up to make sure that they are open to centers of excellence and schools all around the world to use. And we will talk about this second contract tomorrow. So, in fact, tomorrow morning is dedicated for this second contract. Today, we will discuss the first package. We will discuss about the network, how that comes in, and the different deliverables, and then tomorrow is about the second. Simona.
May I say that you basically already introduced the agenda, so which is perfect, because then just for you to know, if you want to really understand what will happen and read the title, etc., you have a few copies of the agenda beautifully done by our head of communication, Joe, down there, and you have it on the table, so just consult it. There will be a lot of talking today. Just be ready, mostly also from us, well, not from me especially. But please, as a rule of our classroom today, stop us anytime, intervene. We are here to talk to you. We are here to disseminate results, but also here to listen the way from you. Any hints, any insight, any suggestion on the way forward. So I think this is very essential. And I think that we did our part. We started late. We finished earlier. I don't know what to ask more from life. And then who has to talk now, you know?
Well, we're doing well. We're doing well. So the next person who will be on stage is Julian Stanley. I will ask you for a warm applause for this senior expert of ETF. Julian is the person behind the tool that he will present, the ISAT-CoV. It's not the best acronym, I have to say, but it stands for International Self-Assessment Tool for CoVEs. And he is the main person. I perhaps should have said at this point that there is a big team in ETF working on this. You will see them all on stage today and tomorrow. Let me take this opportunity, because I pass him the floor, to say that apart from Julian on the first deliverable is Doriana. Can you stand up, Doriana? Please, a warm applause for Doriana. Doriana is the expert behind the labels and the award, and of course, because the two go together, these two go together as well. The third expert in the core team of the service level agreement, the SLA, you will hear me saying SLA, this means service level agreement, is the contract, is Stefan Thomas. Stefan, can you stand up?
It's a tall one.
Stefan Thomas is a senior expert, and he was in charge for the two research pieces that you will hear today. So the two studies, 3 combined to 2, he was the person behind. So with this as an introduction, Julian, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Georgios. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming and for your attention. I'd like to start off by saying that the tools which we're going to present to you this morning, I mean, you know, although the ETF team has played a key role in putting them together, they are the result of a very large amount of consultation. The tool captures good practice from a large number of vet providers and from centres of vocational excellence. Indeed, the idea of it partly is that it does make available what is excellent amongst all these centres, what this practice does look like, and it makes it available to other centres. And we've consulted with a very large number of centres, we've drawn upon their practice, we've worked also with a consultative panel, you'll hear a bit more about this later on. So the logic of the thing, the methodology of the thing is to build upon the practice of the community, of vet providers everywhere. So it's not a sort of a narrow team of experts. On the contrary, it draws out onto practice because the idea of centres of vocational excellence is the best place to start if you're trying to improve vocational education is the excellent concrete practice of vet providers. And that practice can be found out there. It may be distributed internationally. You may not find it all together. But if you can gather it together, if you can make it intelligible, if you can show people how to use it and how to share it, then you've got the basis for development for each centre and for centres together. That's the sort of underpinning logic of the self-assessment tool. And before I say anything further, I'd like to very briefly show you a short video just to give you an overview of the ambition of the tool. So perhaps we can see the video now. Is that possible?
Introducing
Thank you.
CoVEs, the new EU tool designed to help vocational institutions chart a course to excellence. Centres of Vocational Excellence are model institutions that represent the best in vocational education across all of their practice, teaching, business partnerships, governance, and more. ISAC Code shows what centres of vocational excellence do best and helps you to compare your institution with them. You can conduct self-assessments focused on the specific criteria and indicators most relevant to your goals. ISAC Code facilitates the engagement of all your staff and stakeholders in the evaluation process. ISAC Code aggregates evidence to help you and your school to make objective self-assessments and share the lessons learned. It assists in target setting and tracking progress. For institutions that work collaboratively, ISAC Code facilitates joint self-assessment, shared targets and collective improvement. ISAC Code's international database can help you to gain insights from peers all over the world, identify growth opportunities and make progress on the pathway to excellence.
Thank you very much. Thanks also to our comms team for producing that video. And that will be part of the way we try and communicate the tool to the world at large. Is it possible to have the slides back? Thank you. Should... No? Yeah?
This is done in purpose to create some suspense.
Yeah.
It's not by chance.
Not having much joy with this. Can you move it for me? Maybe you can move it for me. So, Okay, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So, as we said, Centres of Vocational Excellence, supported by the European way of trying to raise the attractiveness of vet centres, to try and make them more responsive, to try and bring them into a better relationship with the labour market. And the idea is that Centres of Vocational Excellence offer a concrete model of what excellence looks like. It's not theoretical, but we can point to the actual practices of real centres. We can see what teachers and trainers and their managers are doing together. And the argument is that this is a much better way of enabling people to understand what they've got to do. It's much more persuasive. These may be individual centres, or they may be clusters of centres working together, or they may be looser association centres. Very often they are groups of centres working together because it's often easier to achieve excellence working in some kind of association or group. Now, the point about ISAC Cove is it makes it easier for any vet provider to learn from what coves are doing. They can learn because they can see what they're doing, they can understand how they're doing that, and they can match themselves in particular ways or more generally in what they're doing. It's a way for them to learn with ISAC Cove, whether they regard themselves as a cove or whether they regard themselves as aspiring to be one. It can be used, the tool can be used by both individual centres and also by clusters and associations. It has the flexibility to be used in different ways. So how does the thing work? Well, first of all, the tool is used to enable you to orient yourself. So you can go into the tool and you can identify what excellence looks like in different dimensions, be it in teaching and learning, or be it in terms of your partnerships or some other aspect of your practice, and you can find out how well you're doing in that way. In doing so, you can learn what other centres are doing. You can drill down into some particular aspects, such as working on innovation or working with small businesses, and you can see how they're achieving excellence, what they're actually doing. In inviting you and your centre to self-assess, you're invited to make a decision not only for a small group of people, but to involve a larger group of people in that self-assessment. So that may include teachers, trainers, it could include employers, it could include learners, it could include the people you're working with in other associations. So the tool encourages you to get lots of voices and to try and see things from different perspectives, so that you're building a bit of a 360-degree notion of how well you're doing in these different respects. The tool enables you to build up evidence, because very often if you want to try and move forward, if you want to try and gain agreement, you need evidence to underpin those discussions. And through that evidence, you can build motivation in order to get improvement. Seeing what you're doing and seeing what other centres are doing is a basis for it, creating partnerships and working together with your ecosystem. And the tool also permits you to review the progress, to go back and look at what progress you've made, and see how well you're doing. And lastly, the tool permits you to seek to gain a label for what you do. The tool contains various criteria, the 23 as Yorgos mentioned, and the largest number of criteria are on teaching and learning, and these are the basic criteria that you would expect, such as skills provision is relevant and responsive to the labour market and social needs, but all the sort of key criteria you would expect are in there, relating to pedagogy, relating to inclusion, relating to careers work, and so on. The second batch of criteria relate to different aspects of partnership and coordination work, whether you're working with businesses or with innovation centres or with government or with other schools. And then the third dimension, struggling here, the third dimension, it relates to the development of the capacity of the centre. It's culture, funding, systems that has in place Therefore, it's concerned with the sort of ongoing ability of the centre to respond to change, to adapt to new things that happen, and to keep developing. And each of the criteria are broken down into a set of indicators. These indicators enable a centre to see what does it mean to be good at pedagogy. What does it mean to be good at working with small business? It unpacks a larger level criterion into the particular kind of evidence that you would look for in relation to that larger criterion. And not only does it break it down into the different kinds of evidence, but it directs you to where you can get that evidence from. So some of these indicators you would get from quantitative data in school. Some of them you might get from talking to learners or from talking to employers. So the different indicators are coded so that they can be sent out to the relevant stakeholder in order to gather sensible responses, in order to pull together evidence from different sources. Now, I'm just going to show you a few slides now to give you an impression of what the tool looks like. The first slide here shows you how in the tool you can build an assessment. Now, the tool contains a very large number of indicators. There are 577 indicators corresponding to 23 different criteria. Because it's comprehensive. But of course, we wouldn't expect every centre at any point in time to self-assess on all of those. It's up to the centre to decide at a particular point in time how many criterion indicators it wants to use and which ones it wants to use. And that will depend upon what point of development it's at, where it's got to and what it wants to work on. I mean, it could be ready to do a comprehensive self-assessment, or it may want to focus on particular criteria and particular indicators. It's important that it chooses indicators which are relevant, for which it can seriously gather the evidence. And in this screen here, you see there's an opportunity for them to pick. This is the first criterion, and you can see the different indicators here. I think it's here. So here you see, in the design and review of our programs, a wide range of tools to generate labour market is used, and this would be here the group of people who would be expected to answer it. This here gives you opportunity to open up a good practice example. But this one here, I believe I will be able to use the skills I acquire in this school when I'm at work, it should say there. And this is an indicator which would be directed at learners. So you select the indicators that you think are relevant to your assessment. The tool gathers them together. And then what the tool will do is, when you're ready, is it will send those indicators out in the form of questionnaires to those different types of users. So the learners will receive one kind of question, the trainers another, and so forth. You can see that here in the next slide, which is an example of a questionnaire which has been generated. This is for the assessment team in the school. This is a particular question which is directed at them. Extremely sensitive device. Not wanting to. So this is a particular a questionnaire which has been generated for members of the school assessment team. You can see down the left there's a whole series of indicators which have been generated for them, and they've got an opportunity. They might do this sitting together. I mean, I think we would advise them to try and come together, to sit down together. Might be an assessment team in the school of 6 or 8 or so people. They might come together, look at these questions. Are we using a wide range of tools in order to gather labour market data? This is explained. You can access the examples, and then collectively they would make a decision. There's an explanation here underneath of what a large extent means. There's guidance given as to what doing to a high level. These questions can be answered separately with the members of the team in different places, but it's probably more productive if they're done together. And then the last slide I wanted to show you from the tool is a sort of thematic slide which shows you how the evidence is pulled together. So after you've carried out these surveys with different kinds of stakeholder and different kinds of actor in the school, the data from that is gathered together within a dashboard in the tool. So this tells you how you performed on those different indicators, be they quantitative indicators on the left, or be they be qualitative indicators on the left, or the quantitative ones on the right. You can drill in to look at those and see exactly which indicator we're talking about. In this this diagram here, there's actually a comparison put in, and the green coloured bars correspond to our performance, whereas the red coloured bars correspond to the average of other centres. But you can set filters to decide with whom you want to compare yourself. So you could decide to compare yourself with any other centre, or just with centres in your country, just with centres which are teaching the same sectors as you are, or just with sectors of the same size as you are. So you can set that up. And then look at that. The team in the school looks at that evidence, which may have different importance and relevance for it, then it uses that evidence in order to make an overall judgment about that particular criteria. So there's an element of reflection in here required of the school. The overall score isn't generated automatically. The idea is the school should reflect upon the evidence, look at the balance of evidence across different indicators, and then make it. Very briefly, just to sum up here on what I want to say about the tool, it's up to the code to decide which criteria are relevant. It is possible to do it in different goes. You could do some early, you could do some 6 months later, and then you could accumulate. You can do it in a bite-sized fashion. Codes will have the opportunity, as I say, to make comparisons with those they want to compare themselves with. It is possible to self-assess in a cluster. You can do this individually, or you can come together with a cluster, with a group of other centres. You can decide that you want to share the way you're self-assessing, and you want to see what you're doing, and you want to do the judgment of others in the cluster to understand that. We know that some centres, some codes want to work in that way. There's also the facility here for a cluster or for an individual centre create their own indicator. Because it may be in a couple of years some new indicator which is more appropriate to what you're trying to do. Okay? Oh. Okay.
He looked at me and he said, yes, no, you can.
A minute.
Yes, I'm generous.
So we've tried to build a tool which will be sustainable. And we recognise that although we've done a lot of research to find a large number of relevant evidence indicators, it's not exhaustive. And as schools take on new projects and as new opportunities arise, there will emerge new evidence indicators. So the tool does have the facility to add evidence indicators to it. And if a group of schools is seeking to achieve something in particular, which is not reflected by the evidence indicators, they can add their own and then work together on that. Lastly, the tool is intended to offer opportunities for graduated progress. So you can set it to give yourself a relatively easy target, or you can go in and do something more ambitious. So it's got a sort of graduated. Okay, that's all I want to say about the tool for the moment. I would like, at this point, if I can get a couple of voices from people who've had experience of using the tool. And I think somewhere in the room, I've got Tiasha Bachar, right at the back of the room. Now, no one is going to hear you without a microphone. Do you have a microphone?
Is there anyone speaking French or?
There is someone who's going to speak French, not Tiasha. Okay, so Tiasha's going to speak. Okay, so Tiasha, I'd just like to stay there. Actually, I'd just like to ask you a question. Tiasha Bachar is the project manager from a centre in Nowa Gorica, Stoczki Centre which is the very first school to have completed the self-assessment using this tool. So it's a global first.
Applausi.
Thank you. Yeah.
And I'd like to say how courageous I think the school has been. And I do think it's a really good example of what it means to be a centre of vocational excellence, because it's the readiness to look at your own excellence, share that with other centres around the world. So I just wanted to ask Tiasha, I mean, can you give us any idea about what it's been like to be the very first centre to have tried out this tool? Tiasha.
Well, hello everybody. Yes, it was an honor for us, for our school center, to be the first to try this tool. It was actually fascinating and also very challenging, since we were involving a large group of different stakeholders or people, from students to graduates to teachers, then school management. We also involved in this piloting other organizations such as businesses and local and regional partners. It was very important for us to have a very good understanding of this tool. You saw how many criteria and indicators were developed. It was essential for us, yes, to know this so we could effectively present and explain to all those people who we involved in why we are undertaking this initiative and why their feedback was or is important for us. We also have many questions, but yeah, it always is when we are trying something new, and piloting this tool was the first time. But we really had a great support from the whole ETF team, from Julian, from Doriana, from Monica. So thank you very much for this, for supporting us. One other thing, yeah, being part of this innovative process brings a mixture, yes, of excitement, but also the responsibility, because it would value what we are saying and giving you the feedback. No doubt that this was a unique experience for us, and well, we are eager to see how our input will contribute to the further development of this tool, the ISAT-CoVE tool.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, and I think the whole international vet community is grateful to you and your colleagues for showing the way, for leading the way. Thank you. And I'd just like to take an opportunity to invite Eloise Leloup to say a couple of words. Eloise Leloup is Assistant Director at the Campus d'Excellence Industrie du Futur, which is a very large Centre of Vocational Excellence in the south of France. And I'd like to ask Eloise why it is that her Centre of Vocational Excellence, her campus, has chosen to test out this tool. Because I think it's interesting for people to understand the motivation. You know, why would someone use this tool? Eloise is going to speak in French. But so if you've got your headsets on and you don't speak French, you'll be able to hear what she says. Héloïse.
Ça marche? Oui. Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Bon, déjà, je voulais préciser que notre centre d'excellence, c'est un réseau avec, en effet, des universités, des écoles d'ingénieurs. On est vraiment sur du collectif, des centres de formation professionnelle, entreprises et structures institutionnelles. Voilà, donc ça, c'est important quand même. Et oui, nous avons besoin d'évaluer notre réseau. Voilà. Et ISAT-CoVE, on l'a vraiment perçu comme une opportunité pour coordonner et évaluer ce réseau. Cette évaluation, elle est en plus attendue par le gouvernement français dans le cadre de la labellisation des campus, des métiers et des qualifications, qui comporte notamment 11 critères qui se rapprochent en fait de ceux que vous avez évidemment identifiés pour ISATCOV, pour l'outil ISATCOV. Nous avons un vrai intérêt à expérimenter cet outil pour étudier les convergences possibles au niveau européen avec les exigences nationales en France. Voilà. Ces indicateurs, ils sont même demandés en fait en France dans le cadre du plan de relance France 2030 sur les compétences et les métiers d'avenir. Donc tout ça est très cohérent, tout ça converge dans le même sens et d'où là pour le moment on est sur un travail justement de, comme vous l'avez dit, d'identifier et de sélectionner les indicateurs les plus pertinents pour notre réseau. Voilà, merci.
Héloïse, merci beaucoup. I mean, I'm particularly pleased that this convergence and coherence, because it's very important to us that not only will the tool be relevant to institutions, but it will fit into larger regional and national plans. And I think in the case of campus, demonstrated to be the case. So I think that's very encouraging for us, and I see that also as being possible in other parts of the world. Doriana, I'm going to hand over to you now. Thank you for your patience. Either I'm very heavy-handed.
Yes. Here we are. Thank you very much. I'm here with Monica Hausinger, with whom I will share this presentation. She is part of the expert who helped us to develop this methodology to award vocational excellence. I want to start with a reflection, because we have discussed so far our framework for excellence that is behind our ISAT-CoV tool. And we understood that it's quite powerful to support CoVEs. But I think it was also clear the level of commitment required to use this tool. So we try to understand how we could recognize the effort of the different vet providers in undertaking this journey, how to give visibility to outstanding performance, but also how to give opportunities for further improvement. This initial reflection helped us to kick off our methodological development. As you know, an excellence award for VET is not something new. So the first step was a mapping of existing labels and awards. We wanted to understand what could be the added value of a new awarding process. So we started to reflect on the type of vet providers to be involved, the benefits for the stakeholders, the link with the ISAT-CoV tool. And we have been helped in this reflection by a consultative panel, as Yorgos said, as Julian said. And we identified a series of key principles. The first one is inclusiveness. We think that vet excellence is not a privilege for few champions, but we need to give opportunities to all the vet providers who want to improve, who want to start this journey. And this led to second key principles, which is development. We need to set up a system that supports this process, this improvement process. Last but not least, we do believe that recognizing joint efforts in this excellence ecosystem and cooperation is more valuable than competition. So what we did, we developed a methodology that we will show you briefly, and we are testing it because we need to identify the series of recommendations about for the implementation. But going back to the key principles, we talked about inclusiveness, development, supporting for improvement. We moved from the initial idea of identifying a label for VET excellence or an award for VET excellence to a staged approach. Our system takes in consideration 2 labeling procedures and a separate awarding procedures. Let's have a look at the system. The starting point is always ISAT. A VET provider self-assesses using ISAT-CoV to understand its level of development for vocational excellence. And then it decides if you go for the first level label, the committed to excellence label, which is designed for VET providers not yet recognized as a CoVE, but who wants to improve. Or for the advancing on excellence label, the ADEX label, addressing more mature CoVEs. Then, a VET provider, a CoVE holding an ADEX label, or a group of VET providers can apply for a Vocational Excellence Award. Okay, but let's have a look at the benefits of these 3 products. We said that we want to support improvement. Applying for a COEX label, a committed to excellence label, recognize the intention, the objective is to recognize the effort to take on this process, but also the capacity of the school to involve internal and external stakeholders. Being part of this process gives the schools the opportunity to obtain support for their improvement process. The ADEX label, as we said, is for more mature CoVEs and give visibilities for outstanding performance. It's clear. It identifies a CoVE, his role in the skills ecosystem. But one of the added value of this complex, of course, is a more complex process, because while in the first case, there is not a minimum set of requirements to apply, it is a reflection tool for the school, for them to identify the activities for improvement. In the second case, applying for an ADEX label means to self-assess with ISAT-CoV, taking into consideration a minimum set of criteria and a minimum set of indicators. And Tiasha already shared with us how complex it could be. But it's also an opportunity to measure the level of compliance with the EU priorities. Because as Julian said, the 23 criteria of the ISAT-CoV framework reflect the activities identified by the Commission for the Erasmus Plus applicants. So this is a clear added value of this process. Of course, in this case, the CoVE show its capacity to deliver excellence. And the award is, of course, the recognition of an outstanding performance in a particular field of VET excellence. But how do we validate VET excellence? Because we are talking about labeling, providing a certificate of VET excellence. Between the 3, the most structured process is the one for the Advancing on Excellence label. A VET provider wants to demonstrate its excellence, providing proofs. A proof is the ISAT-CoV self-assessment report, but also a series of evidence that substantiate self-assessment. But they also need to show their intention to improve toward excellence, providing a development plan. We validate all this information, assessing the documents provided, but also try to understand the overarching approach of the school to excellence with a reality check, done with a site visit in the school premises or online. Now, since the ADEX label is the most structured one in terms of requirements, of validation process, we decided to involve a volunteer CoVE. Adriana is here, Tiasha is here. Again, our school from Nova Gorica helped us to simulate this process, and they will give us feedback on its applicability, on its relevance and applicabilities. But now I want to pass the floor quickly to Monica, who will update us on the state of play of the simulation of this ADEX application.
Thank you very much, Doriana. Yeah, I will give you a brief update and insight on where we stand on this simulation phase and what do we mean by simulation. Essentially, up until a couple of weeks ago, this labeling process and award process only consisted on paper, as we have conceived it. And in order to find the first way into operationalization, we will simulate it. Means that we would like to test it in its entire process, basically from application stage throughout the assessment regarding the labeling process up until the decision of whether the label can be awarded or not. So we decided to pilot, to test one entire process with one volunteer web provider who you've met before. So this is the Slovenian Šolski Center Nova Gorica. So they have volunteered as courageous explorers to embark with us on this adventure. The essential purpose of this simulation exercise, I keep it there so I don't touch it unintentionally. I only have a couple of slides, so it's easier to go back and forth. The essential purpose of this simulation exercise is really to give us insights and feedback. First of all, on the appropriateness of the requirements. So in terms of, for instance, the workload it takes for the web provider to prepare an application, but also in terms of the understanding of vocational excellence and the level of vocational excellence required to be demonstrated. But also to gain insights and outcomes on the feasibility of the overall process and the support required, both on the side of the web providers who need to prepare their application to go through the process, but also support provided, for instance, to the assessors, the external assessors that come in and that need to be trained and coached as well. So this is basically the key purpose of running through this entire process once. Who is involved? I've already presented to you our volunteer web provider. We also are joined by volunteer external assessors, which have been selected and appointed from our consultation panel. And I think you meet them afterwards as well. Then there is a more operational body, which is called the operational unit, which is essentially checking formal requirements, undertaking coachings for the assessors and the web providers. And this is a task that is undertaken by the study team, so not only me, but all the colleagues who are joining me. You have my colleague Karin Lomi-Messer in the room, who is there as well. And then there's the board. The board takes the formal role of deciding on the basis of the assessment report and the outcome of the assessment, whether eventually the label will be awarded or not. So to the best we can, we really try to simulate this process as it might be if it is implemented. Yeah, so just a quick word about the application itself. You have heard about the ISAT-CoV self-assessment. So it forms the core as well of the application for the label. And you remember this Advancing on Excellence label, it's the more elaborate of the two labels. So the level of requirements are a little bit higher than for the COEX label. So the core, of course, forms the self-assessment report that is extracted from the ISAT-CoV self-assessment with some additional requirements that Doriana mentioned in terms of the minimum selection of criteria and indicators. So there are some minimum thresholds, and also regarding the criterion scoring. So this is just to make sure that those who apply for this more elaborate label, they demonstrate with their self-assessment really a very broad spectrum of vocational excellence, so to say. In addition to this ISAT-CoV self-assessment report, the process asks wet providers to submit a dossier of evidence. What is that? It essentially means that for a selected number of indicators within ISAT-CoV, the applicant wet providers will be asked to submit and demonstrate some additional evidence just to illustrate a certain topic, let's say regarding teacher education, trainer education, and to give us some additional documentation or descriptions or a web link to just substantiate some of the self-assessment that they've undertaken. There's a third document that Nova Gorica needs to submit to our applicant school. That is essentially a development plan. This is a short document and a short description the school provides where they explain and describe the future and planned activities with regard to vocational excellence. So this is, whereas the self-assessment, the ISAT-CoV is a more, let's say, presently focused diagnostic tool, we ask the schools to submit this development plan that takes a little bit of more forward-looking, future-oriented perspective and notion. And last but not least, this is just a formal requirement to round up the application. The school also needs to submit a letter of confirmation. This is a rather formal document. Once this entire package of application has been submitted, and this has already been done in the simulation, this starts an external validation process. Has come in. So this is the expert feedback element that also Doriana described and presented. So there's a first phase where the assessors will analyze the documentation, they will analyze the self-assessment that has been undertaken, and this will then lead into a second phase, which is the site visit. So this site visit, as part of our simulation phase, as we are doing it right now, this will be a face-to-face site visit. So this will essentially take place in 1 week's time. I think it's Thursday next week, which means that a team, including the external assessors, will go to Nova Gorica in Slovenia and will do this external site visit. The schools, so Nova Gorica will host the site visit. They will invite some stakeholders for discussions and for dialogue. And the way this external visit and the site visit is set up is essentially to allow some sort of a dialogue. So it's not intended as an interrogation, but it's really a dialogue where the team, especially the external assessors, have the opportunity to address some of the questions, to really get a broader overview of how vocational excellence is operationalized at the school, and to be able to talk to some of the stakeholders they are collaborating with. So teachers, trainers, ideally maybe also companies they collaborate with, but also learners or graduates. What have we provided as a study team in terms to support this process? I will not go into detail on this, just to give you a really rough overview of what is there. So this process is accompanied by a set of documents, and there's this ADEX label handbook in the center, and it comes with different documents, guidance documents, and essentially also templates, both for the assessors, so they are guided through the process, but in particular also for the participating wet schools. And there's a lot of fact sheets and supporting documents. And at least as important, we have also devised a kind of individual coaching support. So we have organized individual coaching sessions, both for the wet providers or for the colleagues at Nova Gorica, but also for the external assessors, both for preparing the application for the label, but also for preparing in more detail the site visit. And also there's of course a talk support for bilateral emergencies whenever they come up throughout the process of preparing the application. Yeah, last but not least, just a brief glimpse at our timeline. I briefly mentioned at the beginning that this is work that is still ongoing. So we will finalize the simulation by the end of the month, by the end of November. But one exciting point, as I just said, is yet to come, which is the site visit. So the application has been made, it has been pre-assessed, and what we are doing now is really to prepare for this big site visit. That's why I can't give you any insights on the outcome of the site visit yet, nor on the label and award decision. So I can't tell you yet whether the label has been awarded or not. But there needs to be some suspense as well, I guess, in this process. Once the assessment report has been prepared, this is all going to take place in the next couple of weeks' time. We will still have a short reporting and feedback phase where we do feedback interviews with the key people involved in the process, just for us to understand a bit better how was the process for them, how was the level of requirements, where are maybe the points and the aspects where we need to make some improvements or some changes in order to really develop a process and a label that is fit for purpose and also attractive for all the people involved. Yeah, that's so far about the simulation, and I think with that I hand back to Julian, if I'm right.
Thank you, Moni.
Good.
Do you hear me? Okay, next steps. Just quickly, what is going on? As Monica said, we are finalizing the simulation of the label and award, so we will finalize the feasibility study and we will prepare the recommendations for the implementation. And then for what concerns the ISAT-CoV tool, we are going to finalize the pilot with 12 vet providers in 3 languages, in Spanish, in English, and French. These are the 2 activities ongoing. 2 minutes. And then for the early 2024, we are going to...
Yeah, I mean, the work continues into 2024. Clearly, as an outcome of the pilot we've been making now, we're going to need to make improvements. We've got a lot of feedback, some of which is concerned with minor problems, some of which is more concerned with sort of functionalities which are missing. So that's something we're committed on working through until the early beginning of next year. But next year, we want to have a larger pilot of the tool. We've already got translations to German, Polish, and Italian, but they haven't been piloted. So next year, we want to start piloting those translations, and we're also committed to translating the tool into a number of other languages, but we haven't yet decided which ones. That depends upon what the demand is going to be. Clearly, there will need to be mentoring. I think it's been one of the things we've learned from the dialogue we've had with the pilot schools, that you need coaching, you need mentoring, you need also exchanges between the centres in order to find their way through, because they have to make decisions. What are they going to focus on? Who is going to do what? How ambitious to be? How to use the evidence which comes out of it. So I think that it would be wrong to think of the tool as something which does everything for you. It's much more a tool which can be used by people within the school or the centre, but also can be used by people helping and supporting that centre. It's something to be used by people, for people, and not instead of people, okay? And we want also to pilot the labels and the award next year. Clearly, the schools which are undertaking the self-assessment are going to be in the best position to start deciding if they want to apply for a label, what kind of label, and whether they want to go through the process of getting that label validated to receive the advanced label. So that's the mission through until next year. And we do have a few minutes now before the end of the session. So it's an opportunity perhaps for you to ask some questions. Before you ask questions, it does occur to me that we haven't been able to give you a very detailed demonstration of what the tool looks like and how it works. We're a bit limited here in the setup of letting people go in and see what it looks like. I'd be interested to see, I mean, is there around the room an appetite to see in more detail how the tool works, what you can do with it, what you can't do it. It's something we could possibly organize an online demonstration for if there was appetite for that. I mean, just give me a feeling. I mean, if people think they would be interested to see in more detail what the thing can do, I mean, perhaps could they raise their green slips? I can just get an idea it's worthwhile trying to do that. Certainly a sprinkling around the room. This is the opportunity for a more detailed demonstration to see what the tool can and cannot do. Okay, well, that sounds like it's worthwhile for us to do. There's something we'll look into, and then we can use the mail list for the conference to let people know about that opportunity. But are there questions concerned with anything which Doriana or Monica or I have said this morning? Yeah, please, John. You might need a mic.
Hear me? So congratulations on 2 bits of fantastic work. And I mean, I've also worked with things like self-assessment tools, and of course, a lot of it is about the process of learning attached to it. But my question, I think, Doriana, is on the label. What do you think, apart from obviously the good learning and knowledge created through the process, what do you think the label will give Centre for Vocational Excellence? You know, what will be implications of being awarded the label?
Thank you very much for this question. As you can understand, the label process and the ISAT framework go together. I mean, it's a unique product in the end. It's not just recognition. As we have said, is for supporting development, to create opportunities to support CoVEs. And what we are trying to do is to identify the right way to connect the different actors in this system. Because if you go through an ADEX label, for example, you are a CoVE that has already something to show, for sure. So this gives you the possibility to show to others how can you apply vocational excellence. But at the same time, it's not per se. At the same time, put you in connection with the other part of the ecosystem. So attracting opportunities of cooperation. So this is the main, it is not just a label, okay, I'm good, done. But there is a follow-up in working with others and in further improving, because that excellence is not something stable. This year we have some topics. Next year we will have something else. So you need to detect, no, in the system who is working on it. And this is the complexity of what we are trying to develop. The complexity within the ISAT tool, within the platform on which we will talk about tomorrow. And the label gives you just the motivation to enter into this process.
Could I just add that the label has another advantage, which is that the tool is a self-assessment tool, so that the judgments which are made about self-assessment, they're on the part of the actors and institutions. But with the higher label, there's an element of validation. So the advantage of that is it builds in at system level a capacity to know what the level of self-assessment judgments are and how they are moderated by assessors who are looking at a variety of different centres. So the label permits us to have a little bit of objectivity to test the self-assessment judgments which are made in separate centres. And that's quite useful in terms of understanding and making sense of the kind of judgments that centres are making.
Then the label to be used by government, for example, to make policy or funding decisions based on the award of the label. Would that be an ambition in the long term?
Well, I mean, it's not our ambition. I think that's probably for policymakers to comment on rather than for us, if you see what I mean.
Yep. Well, I mean, it's an interesting point, and it's in our head. I mean, we will need to discuss that with the European Commission. But, I mean, in the room here, we have colleagues who come from the ministry, policy shape. And perhaps there's a question for them that says, would you be interested, for example, in your region, in your municipality, in your, let's say, in your country, would you be interested to know what the schools have responded to the ESAT-CoV and how many have the label? Now, if I was in their shoes, I'm not, I would say yes. Why yes? Not for judgment, but for planning purposes. I think if you're a ministry or a municipality and you want to plan your resources to your schools, to your vet providers, I think you need to know where the gaps are. And this is what the ESAT-CoV and the label do in a way. They go together as a package. So, I mean, it's a straightforward question, and I think it's something that we have in our heads. We need to see how that could work, step by step. I mean, tomorrow we will discuss a lot about support services. Not a discussion for today. The support services, they are part of the follow-up in a way that they support the use. And when we say support the use of the ESAT-CoV and the label, it's not just for the CoVEs, but it's also for policy shapers and others. So my preliminary answer, yes, we're thinking about it.
Mic on, I don't think. Is the mic on?
Oh, yeah? Okay. Thank you for the question. I'm Sebastian from the French Education Ministry. We have our own label that we have here, two very good representatives of this label. And now my question was the same, saying that there has to be an articulation between what is already done in the national level to this label, because we don't want to have overlaps, and we don't have to ask CoVEs to choose between their national levels and the European levels. There should be an articulation between both. So I think that is a point that has to be taken into account. That has to go, ESAT-CoV also fed up on the national levels, and the national levels can also fed up on ESAT-CoV, but this link is essential because they are answering to the same challenges.
Let's take another question. I see the hand of Lida. Is it Lida? Sorry.
Just to complete.
Sorry. Yep. Please go on.
To complete, Mr. Glaviano for Regional Council South of France. The region too, I think, have a good articulation with the national level, because the VET is a strong competence for regions.
Thanks, Lida Kita from ETF. I'm from the social inclusion. And I raised this with the ministries and the government. So how can it help you for that? And their answer was very inclusive and conclusive, saying it's very important, but dependent, because the members that we have are of the tourism sector. And that's the #1 economy sector and in the governments. And they want that to have this international award to show that they have the services, they have the providers that can support the development further of the tourist sector. So, as Jorgo said, it needs to be linked with the government and their policies, their priorities, and how the members fit into that to take over this assessment. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Because we'll need to wrap up, but I would like to take any, please come in. I mean, we still can take a few more. You'll drink less coffee, that means, but fine, yes.
Hello, yes. Yeah, it's a very nice tool, and I have a question about how do you ensure the quality, because actually by doing then self-assessment, anyone can be in the system. So how are you going to ensure the quality that there are the right person signing up for this?
Okay, no, I don't see any other hands. So I'll take the questions, the points raised, let's say, on the next steps. And then I think, Julian, perhaps you want to reply on the question. So first of all, 2 clarifications. The first one is that the ESAT-CoV is a product, whereas the material you have seen for the labels and the award is part of a feasibility study. That is to say, thank you for your comments because they come at the right moment. They need to fit to accompany that feasibility study. The second clarification is that this is an international tool. It's funded by the EU, but to support the international. So it's not country vs European, it's countries within an international sort of concept. Then, I think the answer to your question is what we discussed already in the consultation panel, that yes, it has to be flexible, the label, to take into account where it exists, a label at the national level or at the regional level, to take that into account. The same goes for the ESAT-CoV. And we had remarks, I mentioned Finland yesterday, where they said, look, we like ESAT-CoV as long as it allows us to adjust some of the indicators to the national context. And of course it does. You heard earlier on about that. So both the ESAT-CoV and the labels and the award, they need to have that sort of flexibility to take into account the national or regional context. And it's true that in some countries it's a regional competency. And then of course is the next point on who else do you bring in, and with the policy shapers, and that's the point of leader. In some cases, it's used within a sector. We haven't discussed about the economic sector, but it could be used in that sector. Tourism, for example, structures, or health, so on. So that is something that could be looked into, and that would be the evolution. Julian.
Yeah, very, very briefly. It is fundamentally a self-assessment tool. So it does depend upon institutions using it carefully and wisely and not stupidly. To encourage them to do that, there's a lot of, they're given a framework, they're encouraged to listen to lots and lots of voices. So it's not just a few people, it's a wide number of people. They're given mentoring. But at the end of the day, of course, judgment may be unreliable. But because it's a self-assessment tool, it depends upon the logic of an institution. If they're going to invest time in it, they're going to think it's worthwhile, they're going to do it to the best of their ability. They may need assistance, they may need support. This is where the reliability comes into it. That said, if they seek to apply for a higher label, okay, and they submit themselves to obtain that label, then there is a external validification. At that point, they submit results and checked. Moderators who've got experience of what is being achieved by other centres are able to come in and judge whether what is claimed is indeed up to the standard which is set. Which is only, of course, there's no objective standard there. The standard is indeed what has been achieved by other centres. That's the norm. Okay? So at that point, there is then a check. But in principle, anyone can register and seek to carry out a self-assessment. Absolutely, yeah. So I think coffee time. Thank you very much.
Okay, big applause. Okay. Big applause. Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you so much to Yorgos, Julian, and to the beautiful and wonderful lady, Monica and Doriana. Then actually, I sit here a moment because I see no one wants to sit here. I mean, it took us a great effort to prepare this very wonderful and colorful stage, and no one is sitting here. So I sit here. Oh, okay. Allora, now we have the coffee break. And just a little information, which will be served outside. Just a quick information for the participants who joined the conference in the second shift, I guess. And actually, to remind that all of you has a little dot on your badge, which represents a color. So the suggestion in order to do In fact, as Italian, I cannot talk. Either sit down and either with the hands. So I have to be here and move. Otherwise, I cannot talk. But apart from that, you have a color on your page. Those who are already here know very well. So for the coffee break, in order also to meet the people and to get to know each other, try if you can have the coffee or whatever with someone with the same color. If not, no one will die for it. But we thought it was nice to make it a bit more exciting and look for the same color and be all the same, you see? And there will be games around it, so be prepared. Coffee is served outside. You enjoy the patisserie and everything all'italienne. Be back here at 11 when you hear the music loud. Otherwise, I come to take you physically, okay? Thank you. Enjoy the coffee break.
Please take your seats, please. We're ready to start. Thank you. So, colleagues, I thought we had a nice first part of the conference. We want to keep up the discussion and the engagement with everybody. I will pass the floor in a minute to Ina, and please an applaud also to Ina. She's one of our key people in the team. Just to say that I forgot to mention in the morning, it came up in the discussion, but for all the work that you will see today and tomorrow, there is, apart from the colleagues of ETF, there is a huge network that is in place to support that work, in a way to validate that work as well. And there we need to thank those colleagues who come from different organizations, inside the EU, outside the EU, from schools, from bigger organizations, from the vet provider associations as well, and they're with us here today. And they create this consultation panel. So the consultation panel, you will hear about it today. It's a fundamental element of this work. And the colleagues, they're all around in the room with us. So special thanks to them. Now, I pass the floor to Ina, because this part will be about the knowledge creation of these contracts. You will hear about studies. This is the notion of looking into excellence. What does it mean in different areas? Digitalization, in greening, in the capacity to create research. Ina.
Thank you very much, Georgios. First of all, I would like to say that I am very happy to see all our participants coming to this conference, and thank you for this. It's today we share results of 2-year work, and it has not been easy sometimes, but it is very rewarding experience, especially to see you here today and to share with you results of this project. So in this session, we will talk about another big piece of work under the project, which was a work package under which we developed 3 comprehensive studies. And the studies were about the role of centers of excellence in digital and green transition, and also the role of centers of excellence in applied research. The first part of our session dedicated to the studies on centers of excellence in digital and green transition. The purpose of the study was to analyze in details good practices, how centers of excellence, how VET providers in different countries are coping and implementing green and digital transition by providing relevant skills required for these changes which are going on now, but also implementing green and digital strategies at the level of their institution. As I said, the first part, digital and green transition. Sorry, I need to move the slide. Okay, so while implementing these studies, several successful VET providers were selected as good examples, and we will start with digital transition. I will just tell you very briefly which VET institutions were analyzed, and also the idea was to look internationally, not only at the EU, not only at the partner countries, but internationally. And the objective was to inspire centers of excellence in the EU and in the ETF partner countries to share lessons learned and to tell about important factors which enabled the centers of excellence to implement these two transitions. So in digital, for the study on digital transition, we have selected Chinese example, Shenzhen Polytechnic. Then we have selected French example, Campus d'Excellence Industrie du Futur Sud, which is basically campus of future skills and qualifications. Helsinki Business College from Finland, and also Asian example from Singapore, Temasek Polytechnic. For the transition, okay, we have from also Australian example, TAFE Queensland Robina Campus. Also the same Center of Excellence from Singapore was successful also in green transitions. That's why we included him, this center in this study. And also very interesting example from ETF partner country Morocco, which is Training Institute for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, IFMERI. And also the fifth example was the Green Academy from Denmark. So we encourage you. So all these studies have been published by now. You can find them at the ETF website under the section publications. So we encourage you to look at them because there is a lot of learning and you can use these experiences. We could not, of course, bring here all the representatives of all the institutions which were analyzed, but we invited some of them, and we are very thankful to our colleagues from these institutions that they could come. So I would like to present them. So we have two colleagues from Morocco, IFMERI, the Center of Tanger, and Oujda, okay. Have from Anas at Lashir, and we have Abderrahim Areidal from Oujda. Okay, then we have colleague from Helsinki Business College, Helena Mettinen, We have colleague from Danish Green Academy, Carolina Sikala, and we have colleague from Campus des Métiers, Laurent Renaud. So thank you for being with us. And now I pass the floor to my colleague Stefan Thomas, who was leading on the studies and worked in collaboration with the Danish Technological Institute, which hopefully joined us today online following the streaming. Okay, floor to you, Stefan.
Thank you, Ina, and also thank you, Georgios. And welcome also from my side to this event here. I'm happy that we have these 4 centers of excellence with us. 2 centers that have, let's say, a leading role in the green transition from Morocco and from Denmark. And then we have 2 centers that have a leading role in the digital transition. So Helena from Finland, the Helsinki Business School, and also Laurent from the Center for the Future of the Industry in a major chunk of the south of France. Yeah. Some of you might already know some of those centers, but probably to most of you, they are still unknown. So I would like to start with a very simple question to all of you, to maybe give us a very, very brief introduction. You are considered to be role models in your countries, and also maybe even at an international level. So what kind of programs do you offer in your institute? I would like to start maybe with Helena from the Helsinki Business School, one of the digital examples. Helena, over to you.
Is it working now? Hey. What about now? Yeah. Okay. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. It will come. Just wait for that. Okay. I come from Finland and Helsinki Business College, and we have 2 branches. We have business and tech, simply. And we educate young people and old people. So, what we have is 2 basic qualifications. It's EQF level 4. It's for vocational qualification in business and in information technology. Then we also have further vocational qualifications, specialist qualification, and short courses. So all sorts. And together we have 3,400 students, and we seem to be one of the oldest vet institutions in Finland. We were established in 1881. I wasn't born then, if you imagine. Thank you.
Thank you, Helena. So a rather big college, I have to say, with more than 3,000 students located in the capital, with a focus on IT. That is really something where you excellent. Now we will have Carolina from the Green Academy. So we move from the digital role models to one of the green role models. Carolina, let us know a little bit more about your college, your center.
Yes, I will try to do it shortly. So thank you for calling us the role models. It's a really nice word, and we do everything to share our experience. Green Academy, it's not only the word Green Academy, it's actually our school, our identity, that we are really green. So if you will have a chance to visit us, you are more than welcome. And when you enter our school, you will see our facilities, greenhouses, green walls, green roofs that we are having around it. We offer different educations related to green, horticulture, landscaping, farm machinery operators, animal husbandry, forestry, animal care. So everything what is related to the green sector, we are teaching. And this is on the VET level, Vocational Education and Training, from level EQF level 2 to 4. And we are offering education for the young students and also for adults. So lifelong learning, the people can come and do the short modules. We have around 550 full-time students, so we are small compared to you, but still in Denmark we are quite big. And we are located next to the second biggest city, Aarhus. We don't only have the Danish students, actually we are very open for the international students and teachers. So we have like 400 international students and teachers coming each year to take the short modules. Thank you.
Still doesn't seem to work.
Oh, no.
It worked, okay. So, I would say real green school, green college, not green program. Now we move a little bit further south, not so far away from Torino. Did you come by train or?
By car.
By car, okay. So, Laurent, you are coming from the campus for the future of the industry in southwestern, southeastern France, I have to say. And yeah, please let us know, what kind of programs do you offer to young people, adults?
Sorry, I speak in French, so I can take. Le campus, il est difficile de le représenter en images, comme l'a expliqué ma collègue, on est un réseau d'établissements de formation, donc nous avons plusieurs écoles d'ingénieurs, nous avons une université, plusieurs lycées professionnels, centres de formation d'apprentissage, et nous avons des entreprises qui, elles également, participent à la formation professionnelle. Donc les niveaux de qualification vont du 3 jusqu'au niveau 8, la recherche. Et l'idée, c'est essentiellement le travail ensemble pour les métiers de l'industrie et comment finalement les briques technologiques de l'industrie du futur ou de la 4e révolution industrielle peuvent être intégrées dans les parcours de formation avec nos partenaires industriels. Voilà vraiment le cœur du sujet. C'est vraiment cette mise en réseau qui est recherchée dans le campus sur l'ensemble de la région Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur. Au niveau des formations, donc si on peut rajouter, donc on a les types de publics. Donc on s'adresse à tout type de public, donc les plus jeunes en parcours de formation initiale, mais également aussi on travaille sur les salariés et les publics en reconversion, notamment avec les acteurs de l'emploi et de la formation du ministère. Voilà, donc l'idée c'est d'avoir un spectre le plus large possible et voir éventuellement de mixer les publics en formation, que ce soit des jeunes en formation initiale ou des jeunes ou des salariés dans ce schéma-là.
Thank you, Laurent. So a campus in the real sense, what we understand, it's not only one place, it's many places. It took me a while to understand, but
I can give you an example. Near Aix-en-Provence, you have engineer schools for microelectronics. Near a factory, ST Microelectronics. Near Marignane, Marseille, you have Airbus helicopters, and we have a school for teaching aeronautical part. And sometimes you need to create a link with this school because you need electronic in Airbus helicopter, and so you need to work together for this program.
I understood that's really the charm, the advantage of the campus solution, that students can switch from one institution to the other. It's really a tailor-made solution for an acute demand of the industry, right?
Yeah, yes, the link is not easy for the student to understand there is in a network. It's more easy for teacher, director, but it's not so easy. And try to explain together we are more strongly that only person or structure. Because now you need to go fast for new competencies. And so it's important to work with factory, industry, and school. And we have an example in aeronautical industry. When we build an airplane near Germany and France, for example, when you create the link between two parts of Airbus, big Airbus, it's impossible to link because together they don't work together. So the system want to teaching work together. Students in level 4 with students with level 5 or plus.
Thank you. Now, we will move to Morocco. I'm especially happy that our Moroccan colleagues are here. It's one of our partner countries. It's been for a long, long time, our excellent cooperation. And we're talking about a real beacon. Now I use the term beacon, IFMIRE, for renewable energy, as far as I understood. We have two colleagues. Please, can you let us know a little bit more about IFMIRE?
Bonjour tout le monde. Donc, les IFMIRI, c'est un réseau de centres de formation. Donc, on est basé sur 3 villes, Oujda, Tanger et Ouarzazate. Donc, c'était un fruit d'un partenariat public-privé entre l'État marocain et les professionnels du domaine, à savoir les 2 grandes fédérations donc, qui repèrent dans le domaine des énergies renouvelables, comme de l'électronique et de la métallurgie. Donc, le but de la création de ces centres de formation était d'accompagner, donc en 2009, la stratégie énergétique nationale, donc, pour former des jeunes compétents dans le domaine des énergies renouvelables. Donc, on dispose de 2 niveaux de formation, un niveau technicien spécialisé pour les bacheliers, où on a 3 filières. Donc, on a la filière système énergie solaire, la filière efficacité énergétique, industrie, bâtiment et transport, et la filière éolien, système éolien. Et pour le niveau technicien, on a une filière installateur photovoltaïque. Donc aussi, on opère dans le volet de la formation continue. Donc pour le perfectionnement des salariés et des industriels, on offre des formations à la carte et on a aussi un catalogue de formations. On trouve beaucoup de formations liées au domaine des énergies renouvelables et de l'efficacité énergétique.
Thank you. Would you like to add?
Do you hear me? So, first I would thank ETF for the organization and the invitation for this event. So I will try to speak in English in order that everyone understand. So as said by my colleague Anna Said-Lacher, so we are 3 institutes in Morocco, in Tanger, Oujda, and Ouarzazate. We are specialized in renewable energies and energy efficiency. So we train trainees about these fields of energy. And when they get their baccalaureate, they pass an exam, a test. And for succeed students, they study 2 years in order to get a diplomate in these fields, like solar energy, like wind energy, and also energy efficiency in buildings, transport, and industry. So adding to that, we do also training or programs for industrials and for professionals, not only in Morocco, but also in foreign countries. I can give an example for our partnership with the Senegal in Africa. So the last year we trained their trainers about a new field in renewable energy that they start in a high school in Saint Louis, Senegal, and also we are trying to match some other fields like that in over the world. Yeah, and that's it.
Thank you very much. So already an excellent example of international cooperation, which is, let's say, considered to be a main feature of a center. Now let's move to another feature, that is what we call skills ecosystem at the regional level. So centers of vocational excellence are expected to create such skills ecosystems at a regional or sometimes even at a national or even at an international. But what is actually behind this? What are skills ecosystems and what kind of partnerships do you have? And we would like to learn a little bit more from those 4 case studies. So Helena, in the case of the Helsinki Business School, with which other institutions, be it chambers or small and medium-sized enterprises, bigger enterprises, labor agencies, public employment services. There are many options. With whom do you cooperate and what are the, let's say, the success factors behind that? Why does it work? And maybe where there's also room for improvement.
Okay, yes, thank you. We have the privilege and joy of having Helsinki region of chambers of commerce, one of our own. That means that 7,000 enterprises, small and medium-sized enterprises, are sort of in our ecosystem immediately without doing anything in the sense. But of course, when you network with the organization, small and medium enterprises, it's different. Of course, the relationships are closer and you need to form those relationships and networks. We also have in our campus University of Applied Sciences, Haaga-Helia. We are different entities, but we are in the same campus, so that helps, of course, a lot. And then we have our cooperation partners, other universities of applied sciences, of course, universities even, that we can improve with cooperation with the universities, but the other vet schools and, of course, our companies. Those are the most valuable cooperation that we have. And the success factor is, of course, that we are well financed because of the Chamber of Commerce, of course, and the old history that we have. We are a private institution, also get some funding from the state for making this qualification, but other things, yeah, the finance are okay. We teach also business, so there is some knowledge about the finances as well. And then we have well-educated staff. In Finland, the teachers are higher educated, so they have a master's degree in education. And also the other staff, we seems to be very educated-oriented country. We love our education and our degrees, of course, our learning and universities and knowledge, and all that sort of things. That might be, and also we are quite brave. We tend to believe that miracles are made together with the other institution, other peoples, and we are willing to cooperate and learn every day. I think that's some of the success factors.
So quite some impressive figures, 7,000 enterprises you mentioned. What are you actually doing with them? Do you use them for students' placements, placements for teachers?
Yes, of course, they are the members of the Helsinki Region Chamber, so we are not really cooperating them all and every day, but we can contact some of them and then, you know, build a closer relationship with them. And of course, the entrepreneurship is one of the big one. What we do, we also tend to do nowadays a lot of projects, like common project, like we did in our Vocational Excellence DHub, which was a digital innovation hub for cloud-based services. So there we sort of built an interactive digital platform, and there were companies, teachers, students, and they were doing project work together. And that is a wonderful way of cooperating as well. We are building also a little bit research-orientated work nowadays. Normally, vet school doesn't have that much RDA profession, especially the research part of it. So now we are just checking if that could be possible, that we can have a research cooperation with the universities, well, and then make this kind of like not really research, but like everyday research with new innovations and stuff with the company. So that is a new line. Plus, also we have 30% of students with immigrant background, so internationalism comes with them quite easily with us. So we are teaching also in Finnish and English, and our projects are English mainly. So, yeah.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Thank you. Move over to Carolina. What is the success story when it comes to partnerships, to create regional, maybe national skills in your institution, in your center?
I will start to say that alone we go faster, but together we go further. So actually collaboration and the ecosystem you call the living in the symbiosis, that we are really depending on each other, it's very important, because then we know we have to do something together, we have to collaborate in order to improve our vocational education and training. I will start that, of course, money talks. So when we came to our boss and said, we have so much money, we would like to join the Center of Vocational Excellence, we can improve our teaching. So of course it was like, the things that make him motivated and make the decision. But at the same time, the leaders knows that if we will just stay where we are now, we will not get enough the students in the future, and we have to do something. We have to develop our teachers. So the leaders and also colleagues, teachers that really dare to work on the projects, they are also very important, because many of them, they just, teaching, it's only this I would like to do, but actually it's not enough, because they are not investing time to develop and better and better teachers to get up-to-date knowledge. So I am also saying that I am so proud of my teachers, that they are collaborating with the other stakeholders. I also always mention two of them. Boncho, he is one of them. He is really working very hard on putting us on the next level when we talk about digitalization. He created the virtual Green Academy. You can visit us. You can choose the small men and just go through our college, and at the same time you can learn different plants. So it's really good, because our students that have some problems in reading or writing, they can actually press the button and they can learn about different plants. So it's really nice. He also actually bought some virtual glasses, so our students, they can learn how to prune the trees without damaging the trees, because I heard from the expert that in order to learn how to prune the trees, you have to damage 1,000 of them. So we save also the trees. I will also mention Anna Maria, because actually she was the one that was the bound between different stakeholders. She was the one that really connected us to different persons, and she was the one that was really driving the process. She was like, we have to invite different stakeholders. We have to have them on board. So I would say, because of the two teachers, we could run this very nice project. Also, I will say, like our partners, we started with the biggest landscaping company, Okonegord, and also the Aarhus municipality. And at the moment, we are 11, because we invited some more. But actually, when we invite them, the first thing it was, what's in it for me? What's in it for you? So the first they ask, how much money should we pay to be in this network? No, you don't have to pay. The things we want from you is your time and your expertise. So I was on Rhodos a few weeks ago, and actually I was talking about our common dream. Because if we all have the common dream, the common needs, we can work together, and this is the driving success. We know that in Denmark, we have a huge problem with the amount of students choosing the vocational education, pupils that are choosing vocational education. Only 18% of them are choosing vocational, and the others, they are choosing the high school because they want to be a doctor and the lawyers. So actually, all together, we need to change the very bad reputation. We have to do something in order to promote that it's not only the manual work you do. Vocational education and working within this industry is something else, and we will give you the skills needed. So collaboration, the common dream, the common needs, it's the success criteria. And of course, the leaders that will support us and give us the trust and the time.
Yeah, that I learned from the case study when I read it. It's rather a bottom-up approach. The managers give you a lot of freedom. You can, yeah, maybe.
Yes, exactly. And yeah, as you also read it about the trust. So actually, the teachers coming to us with own initiatives, so they can really do whatever they want, and we will give them the time, and they will also give them the tools, because this is also very important, because sometimes we say, how can we develop something without having the high technology? So this will be a very, very important factor. Yes, it is, as you said, Stefan.
Yeah, so one thing you definitely have in common is, let's say, the high quality of teacher education and training, probably also for continuing professional development. I remember that was very important. Okay, now let's move back to Laurent. We heard already, Laurent, this campus, there are many, many institutions. So by nature, you already have kind of a skills ecosystem. But what makes it possible? What makes it work? Can you explain us?
Je vais essayer de donner un exemple concret. L'initiative de départ relève souvent d'une stratégie nationale, d'un développement du territoire, comme l'installation d'une nouvelle usine. On en a une dans la région pour fabriquer des panneaux solaires. On a un sujet, j'allais dire, dans un débat international peut-être politique, c'est l'énergie. Donc nous, la France a choisi de soutenir l'énergie nucléaire. Je vais prendre cet exemple-là, mais il est applicable à d'autres sujets. Un soudeur qui intervient dans une centrale nucléaire ne sera pas un soudeur qui intervient dans le naval. Donc l'idée de travailler avec nos industriels, avec les entreprises qui ont des chantiers écoles dans le domaine du nucléaire, permet vraiment de faire ce lien entre un soudeur qui va intervenir dans l'aéronautique ou dans le nucléaire. Et donc tout le point de départ, c'est notre problématique économique. Nous avons des compétences transversales. Un soudeur reste un soudeur, mais dans le cadre de la formation, on va essayer d'adapter et de choisir des établissements de formation partenaires à proximité de certains sites où finalement les jeunes et moins jeunes auront directement accès à l'emploi. Donc, ce qu'on recherche par ce moyen, c'est vraiment d'améliorer l'insertion professionnelle tout en gardant bien la bienveillance d'un diplôme national, bien souvent, donc un bien commun pour nos apprenants, mais en même temps en essayant de faciliter leur insertion professionnelle. Le financement, en tout cas le choix de l'État français et du président de la République, c'est de décliner différentes stratégies nationales, l'hydrogène, la batterie, le photovoltaïque, l'aviation bas carbone. Et finalement, nous, par notre écosystème, on répond à des appels à projets de l'État. Et l'idée, c'est de pouvoir se structurer entre partenaires académiques avec les entreprises pour pouvoir finalement créer cet écosystème et développer cette stratégie nationale. Voilà donc vraiment le schéma et la déclinaison qu'on essaye de mettre en place. Nos diplômes sont nationaux, ils sont issus du ministère de l'Éducation nationale, du ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur. Ils peuvent venir de branches professionnelles, donc des certifications spécifiques. Mais l'idée, c'est de travailler, de faire évoluer ces formations avec des colorations, donc juste une sensibilisation à un domaine, jusqu'à éventuellement créer des parcours de formation spécifiques. Pour ce parcours-là, par exemple, spécifique, je vais vous donner un exemple à nouveau sur la partie nucléaire, puisqu'on l'a vécu avec des élèves, et en réponse aux besoins des industriels. Vous le savez, nos centrales nucléaires commencent à vieillir un petit peu, mais on les rénove. Et finalement, ça fait un peu le lien avec la transformation numérique. On avait des plans papier, on a des centrales nucléaires qu'on va rénover avec des outils numériques. On a créé un parcours de formation spécifique pour que les jeunes puissent redessiner dans des centrales nucléaires qui ont été numérisées et scannées, redessiner toutes les tuyauteries et les ensembles qui vont permettre de prolonger les durées des centrales nucléaires dans de bonnes conditions. Voilà, donc une création de diplôme à la réponse d'un besoin d'un partenaire industriel et de tout son écosystème. Parce que là, on est sur une filière. Le terme excellence, c'est intéressant puisque finalement, dans l'industrie, j'allais dire dans tous les métiers, on cherche l'excellence. Je ne pense pas qu'on cherche la médiocrité, quel que soit l'environnement. Mais on le comprend bien dans la notion du nucléaire, il y a les questions de sûreté. Dans l'aéronautique, c'est la même chose. Donc cette notion de sûreté, d'excellence, on la recherche à tous les niveaux. Je rejoins la remarque sur les problématiques d'attractivité des métiers d'ouvriers aux compagnons et de techniciens supérieurs. Et finalement, nous, dans notre pays aussi, c'est pareil, on a du mal à remplir ces sections-là dans les filières industrielles. On a certaines formations qui sont remplies qu'à 50%. Donc, un des grands défis, c'est quand même de travailler sur l'attractivité. Et on ne peut y arriver que si on le fait avec nos partenaires industriels, puisque malheureusement, notre industrie, elle garde une image ancienne, alors qu'elle a énormément évolué. Alors autant on voit les véhicules, on appelle une voiture, c'était une charrette tirée par des chevaux, et maintenant une voiture s'appelle toujours une voiture en France, mais pourtant elle a évolué. Certains métiers comme chaudronnier, le nom n'a pas changé, mais on a toujours l'impression que le travail est pénible, il est sale, etc. Il est réservé qu'aux garçons aussi, puisqu'on n'a pas parlé de mixité, mais dans l'industrie, on a aussi ce sujet-là, donc l'ouverture aussi à tous les publics. Donc on a un véritable défi à relever aussi au niveau de l'attractivité. Et là, il faut aussi qu'on soit tous ensemble, puisque l'idée n'est pas de faire la pub spécifiquement d'un établissement de formation ou d'une entreprise. Alors je l'ai un peu parce que pour la filière nucléaire, pour vous donner une idée, c'est 100 000 emplois en 10 ans pour la France. Pour notre région, on est sur 3 700 emplois à créer, à former. Donc c'est quand même, mais sur tout type de métier, génie civil, du contrôle non destructif de pièces, de la soudure, de l'ingénierie, du contrôle de centrales nucléaires. Donc c'est pour ça que l'idée, quand on répond, en tout cas nous campus, alors je reviendrai sur la question de qui on est campus, qui anime, on n'est pas nombreux, c'est pour ça. C'est vraiment important d'aller chercher les partenaires capables de répondre au mieux à ce besoin. Alors le campus, c'est une initiative qui date de 2013 au niveau de l'État, cette idée de créer des réseaux. On a été relativement mis libre pour créer ces réseaux. Globalement, j'ai beaucoup porté le montage de ce réseau, personnellement, mais associé avec le rectorat et le ministère. Ma collègue Héloïse est venue me rejoindre, et donc l'idée, c'est d'ouvrir le réseau à d'autres partenaires et de les impliquer. Voilà.
Thank you, Laurent. What I take from that is that you very, very carefully listen to the needs or what kind of needs the industry has. Then you try to develop flexible programs to serve those. That is really outstanding. Now we come back to Morocco. At a beacon for renewable energy. How do you create your skills ecosystem? With whom do you work? We heard already about partnerships with countries in Sub-Saharan Africa. What about partnerships with small and medium-sized enterprises? That is always interesting for our audience because in most of those countries, these companies are the backbone of the economy.
Déjà les IFMIRI, donc ils sont gérés par les professionnels. Donc on a les deux grandes fédérations, c'est la FIM et la FENELEC. Donc déjà on a toujours une veille technologique sur surtout les nouvelles technologies et on essaie toujours d'améliorer notre offre de formation pour s'adapter aux besoins des industriels. Parce que l'objectif de la formation professionnelle, c'est l'insertion des lauréats. Donc on n'est pas là pour former seulement pour former, mais pour les insérer. Donc, actuellement, à cet instant, notre équipe, donc, elle participe à un salon international au Maroc, donc, dans le domaine des énergies renouvelables, de l'électricité et de la mécanique. Donc, le but de ce salon, de participer à ce salon, c'est développer notre réseau, notre écosystème, donc pour intégrer plus d'autres entreprises. Donc, parce qu'on a un conseil de perfectionnement. Chaque institut a un conseil de perfectionnement qui est représenté par les professionnels pour veiller à ce que notre offre de formation s'adapte vraiment avec les besoins des professionnels. Donc, pour ce qui concerne la relation avec l'international, Nous, on travaille beaucoup à l'international avec, récemment, on travaille avec le British Council. Donc, on a signé une convention de partenariat avec British Council, donc avec deux universités, une à l'Irlande et une autre à Exeter, c'est une ville en UK. Aussi, comme a mentionné mon collègue, donc on travaille en Afrique. On a encadré, ou plutôt on a formé les formateurs du Sénégal pour lancer un nouvel établissement là-bas. Aussi, on travaille avec le Togo. Donc, on a reçu dernièrement 6 stagiaires qui vont bénéficier de la formation chez nous. Et on travaille aussi avec le Togo pour les accompagner donc, dans la création d'un établissement au niveau en Togo. Donc, dans le volet formation, l'ingénierie de formation, aussi la formation des formateurs et aussi dans l'accréditation, etc. Aussi, on travaille avec la GIZ. C'est la GIZ pour ce qui concerne le volet de la formation. Actuellement, on est en train d'introduire la filière hydrogène vert parce que c'est l'actualité. Donc, on a déjà participé, on a plutôt bénéficié d'une formation des formateurs qui a été faite par la GIZ. Et aussi, on travaille avec nos amis belges, donc tout ce qui est avec Enabel, donc tout ce qui est partenariat, l'entrepreneuriat vert. Donc, on a fait bénéficier nos stagiaires des hackathons pour les encourager, pas seulement à être des salariés, mais aussi pour créer des entreprises. Donc, je laisse la parole à mon collègue pour continuer.
So thank you, Sianas. So adding to what my colleague said, so we really rely in our motivation, our staff, our trainers, by training them in every year about their skills, about developing their skills, especially in renewables and energy efficiency. So at this moment, our staff of trainers are in a mission in South Korea. So we train them 2 weeks. It's a convention between our establishments and the Korean Cooperation Agency. So adding to that, there is also other program systems of training, especially with France. So we have some conventions like the High School of Baggio. So if we have a convention with this establishment in order to exchange students and trainers. So every year we have some students that they go to this high school of France and they spend 3 months in order to have to complete their training with industrials there, and vice versa. So we have also some students, French students, that came to Morocco, and the same with trainers. We have some conferences, seminars that we organize. Between our institutions and the other institutions in order to improve, as I said, the quality of training in our IFMERIs. Also, in IFMERI, we have a new platform of research that we just made in IFMERI Ujda. It's a convention with the cluster of companies. The goal of this platform is to develop research in mechatronics, environments, and in greening buildings. So we have some industrials, some professionals that came to IFMERI in order to test their products and to analyze them. Yes, so that we can improve not only our offer of training, of vocational of training programs, but also the level of our trainers. Yeah.
Raim, so a lot of international cooperation going on, Korea, France, Germany. That is one thing that seems to be very important for you to make really good use of that. And the other one is also the collaboration with the business association. You're very focused on, let's say, 1 to 2 sectors. So the business associations from those sectors seem to be really, really important. That is, I think, also an important message for you. A last question, and you need to be very brief, yeah, because my
So
colleague
to
is
say
already
10
getting a bit.
seconds. Let's make a challenge. Let's try to have a 5-word reply.
Well, maybe give us 5 minutes, because that's an important question. When I talked to many young people, some of those centers, in other centers, and especially when it comes to the green transition, something they always say is we do not only need green programs or programs for green skills, we also want to learn in a green institution. Yeah? Because in theory, you can deliver a green program, let's say, for gardeners or landscapers in a horribly institution that is not energy efficient, that doesn't care about recycling. So many of those schools here, they might be still at the beginning. What would be your recommendation if you want to start? And let's maybe focus on green, because that seems to be, for the young people, it seems to be more important. What would you recommend? Where to start? To start with a policy, or to start with engaging the students themselves? What would you say? Just 30 seconds.
Oh, great.
Each of them.
Yes, plus this digital world, we also have a green world in our school. So we have been doing a lot of things to make us a greener institution. So what I would suggest is always to have a strategy and to have a plan how to work, and then count your carbon footprint. Thank you.
Thank you, Helena. That was very to the point, very much to the point.
Yes, actually we were first in Denmark that implement 17 sustainable goals to our strategy. So it's also very important, but also being visible. Because if you do something and you are not visible, it's really difficult to see what change you are making. So that's why we decided to have the green roofs on our new dormitory, and the students, they can see what is the main change, so they can count the insects.
Good idea. Thank you. Laurent.
Sur la partie verte, du coup, développement durable, c'est surtout un travail sur nos jeunes. On ne voit pas forcément sur les bâtiments, ce n'est pas une compétence du campus, mais vraiment faire réfléchir nos ingénieurs et nos techniciens sur l'impact des technologies en fait, sur le vivre ensemble, et les technologies au service de l'homme et pas l'inverse.
Thank you. And last but not least, Yves Meret, I mean, you are a green center, but what would you tell our audience? How to start? Where to begin?
Donc, chez nous, à l'IFMERI, déjà, on est autonome. Donc, on a des installations photovoltaïques. Donc, on est autonome pendant la journée. On a toutes sortes de sources d'énergie. On a lié le photovoltaïque, l'éolien. On a aussi intégré l'efficacité énergétique dans nos bâtiments. Et à travers ces installations, donc, on fait appel aux citoyens pour voir nos installations, pour voir l'utilité de ces installations, pour les sensibiliser. Et on travaille aussi avec les coopérations et la société civile dans des caravanes de sensibilisation des citoyens, parce qu'il faut vraiment sensibiliser les citoyens pour sauver notre planète.
Thank you. Yeah, a round of applause to our 4 centers. As my... you would add, Steve. Yeah, sorry.
It's okay. Yes, so briefly, so I think so. So as said my friend, So we really should trust our students, our citizens, because when you give them the ball, so and you rely on them, so they give you really an aspiration, good ideas that will really change not only the institutions but also your country. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry for. All right, question and answers. We leave the question and answers, I think, for the break. We will have a coffee break in half an hour, and then you can exchange. If that is okay with you. Yeah, but during the lunch, the people have the opportunity to ask questions and maybe even get answers. Right? Yeah, I would. That would be my suggestion. Okay, I would first of all, of course, like to say thank you to those. It was already mentioned by Ina. We have more information about other case studies in the studies, which are online now, and I invite all of you to have a look. Interesting cases, because one of the reasons why we did this was also because the European Commission, in that case DG Employment, they wanted to look beyond Europe. So that's why we also had a look what is going on in terms of excellence in Singapore, in China, in Australia, in the US. So many more examples. Today we focused on our neighborhood and European countries, but a lot more to explore on the web. Last but not least, I would also like to mention on green and digital issues. Of course, we are a larger team in the ETF on green. We have Susanne and Romain who work on this. We have also an initiative called Greta. On digital issues, it's Fabio and Alessandro and many more. And Romain, did I mention Romain for the green, let's say the green area in the ETF. So, thank you very much. Or shall we take questions? I mean, if we have the time. You were looking at me.
No. You want to shut me up, you will never be able to.
You are the master of the.
No, actually, no. We have, according to plan, 10-15 minutes for questions.
We have still
Of course. Yes. But...
Yeah? Okay, then let's go for questions. I think, Ina, you will take the questions, or me? How did we? Yeah? So, any questions to Carolina, Helena, Laurent, Anas, or Abdarim? Any questions you have? Yeah.
Doesn't work.
Yes. It works.
Yeah, just to break the ice. We have people coming from different countries, even different regions. So I was wondering, in your experience, based on your excellent experiences, what are the main positive aspect, positive implications for your Center of Excellence of an international network of a Center of Excellence? So not just the European or your region area. What are the main positive feedback to being connection, and how to make this connection effective so that you, I don't know, Carolina, can work with someone in Africa, Australia, as Stefan was mentioning, and so on and so forth.
Carolina.
Good question, and I'm happy you asked this question because, our international partners, they are very important because the way how they build the consortium is to find out who is strong in some professions, who is weak, and then how we can use each other or collaborate with each other in order to speed up. So actually, for example, it's a very good example, biodiversity course we developed at the Green Academy for Okonegor's employees. And when we started, we didn't know where to start because, biodiversity, you have a lot of books to read, but where to start? And actually, we asked within our network who is having the experience. And our partner, Juverta, they are the project coordinators, they said, we already had a one-day course. our colleague Heidi, she's expert, contact her, she will help you. And at the same time, we contact somebody from Finland, so we speed up the process of developing the course, and also we use the knowledge to speed up the process. And we're also saying in our network, do not invent the wheel, just adjust it and make it to run faster. So thank you for this question.
Laurent?
Je n'ai pas trop évoqué la dimension internationale dans le campus, mais elle est essentielle pour le développement économique et puis aussi pour les qualités de nos apprenants. Souvent, on part dans cette problématique économique. Là, notre industriel européen en région, c'est Airbus Hélicoptère. On a des implantations en Bavière, en Espagne, en Hongrie et en Roumanie. Et l'idée est vraiment de travailler entre ces pays pour des échanges de culture et créer de véritables citoyens européens. Et finalement, c'est un bon levier de partager finalement les cultures des pays par des échanges qu'on a mis en place. Et puis aussi essayer de converger au niveau, enfin c'est un petit peu l'objet, au niveau de la reconnaissance des compétences. C'est une chose assez difficile, au niveau surtout 3 et 4. Dans l'enseignement supérieur, c'est un peu plus habitué, mais vraiment, c'est essentiel dans ce schéma-là. On a également des partenariats avec l'Afrique du Sud sur des logiciels collaboratifs notamment. Donc vraiment, c'est essentiel, en tout cas pour nos jeunes aussi, d'avoir cette dimension-là pour en faire des citoyens du monde et en même temps essayer d'avoir des travailleurs aussi du monde qui soient reconnus dans les différents parcours de formation professionnelle.
Yeah, please. And then Lida?
For the presentation. I saw that you, in the presentation, that you are green building and green roofs. My question is that, are you going to apply MBS in your Green Academy, or have you done any project about this direction?
I am not expert in this profession because I am coordinating the projects, but this is something maybe to take the next step. So I think the next EPLAC 2.0, so maybe we might focus on it. But are you planning to look for some partners, or you have some profession to share with us?
Partnership going on, partnership going on. Excuse me, can I just ask to perhaps spell the acronym? Because I'm not sure everyone knows the acronym you mentioned.
MBS means that Nature-Based Solution Program. Recently, it's promoted in Europe and beyond, and mostly North Scandinavian countries and Denmark also experience it in this field.
Thank you.
Yes.
Lida, yeah, you have a question?
Yes, thanks a lot. I'm very interested to hear from colleagues. When we talk about the green and how they see the impact that they have for skills for inclusion, because I'll say why in our group of the skills for inclusion, we look at all the sub-themes and they consider inclusion going through all these skills of the sub-themes. So I would like your reflection. Have you had that? And what kind of groups of students and how it has created this, that has given these different groups of people and backgrounds an outlet for using their skills. Thank you.
Who's going to take? Helena?
Yeah, I can take that because as you were talking about diversity and inclusion, we had also a diversity management project that I was in, so I could have helped you out because we created an online course on diversity management. Also, our student, as I mentioned, it's more than 30% of different origins, and so diversity is very important to us. So even we didn't have a CoVE of diversity and inclusion, we consider it very highly, so we have been learning it, and then, as I said, developed an online course. So we think it's very important. Thank you for raising this up. Also, when talking and working with your international friends, it's always very useful to this learning. Thanks.
Thank you. I would say one more question we can take. Simona, if you allow.
I'm really the bad cop. I mean, I feel... No, yes. If Yorgo says yes, it's a double yes.
Thank you very much. Just a short question. You seem to have mixed funding. So my question is, how much is the funding is coming from governmental angle, and how much of the funding for your centers is coming from the private sector or other entities, or even international support?
That's indeed a very interesting question, because funding is crucial. It was also mentioned. Would you like to start, Ibrahim, or us?
Pour le cas, pour les éphémérides, donc effectivement, il y a un financement de l'État marocain, il y a aussi un financement européen, donc à travers l'AFD, c'est l'Agence française de développement, et aussi l'Union européenne et la GIZ qui a équipé le centre de formation de l'éphéméride de Wichita. Donc on a aussi nos sources de financement aussi, c'est à travers la formation continue et les prestations de services, parce que notre statut, c'est vrai qu'on est un institut étatique de l'État, mais avec un statut SA, société anonyme. Donc on est amené à avoir des sources de financement, donc à travers les formations professionnelles, la formation continue plutôt, et les
Thank you. That is, by the way, something that I saw in most of those centers that we looked at, that part of the income is generated by services, by research also. We will also hear a little bit more about research in the next session.
Nous avons aussi des formations certifiantes avec, par exemple, la GWO, et Global Wind Energy. C'est un organisme international qui opère dans le volet de système éolien. Donc c'est une certification indispensable pour travailler dans un parc éolien.
Anybody wants to add about funding? We heard from Helena, you mainly privately funded. I think the Green Academy is mainly state funded, if I remember correctly,
yes,
or 100%.
Also the Erasmus Plus, so 80% is coming from Erasmus Plus and 20% is our own investment. And of course, when we have the lifelong learning, so we have some input to the next courses.
For this specific project, yeah, not for the entire institution.
Yeah, and I can add that even we are privately owned, we got governmental money for the students, so that is the main part of it. Yeah.
Probably a formula for this.
Yes, so we are an entreprise SA, so a company SA, if SA. So our training, initial training, so it's free for students, for governmental students, but for salaries, for employees of companies, should pay for this service. It's considered as a service because our statute is étatique, but with the delegation to management. So we should have benefit from these services.
And there are clear goals, if I remember correctly, clear goals in your strategies.
Yes.
To which extent those services or trainings for employees should cover your running budget.
As I said, the platform of innovation, of research, so its main goal is to have benefits from onto companies. So by analyzing and analyzing product and services.
Thank you. So now we move on. Simona, do I have the permission to move on? Thank you. So,
what about if I say no? What about? Allora, can we have a big applause?
Yeah, sure.
First to Stefan and to the distinguished panel.
Thank you. So 4 beacons, role models, whatever you call it, and as I said, 4 more to explore in the studies. Thank you for, first of all, also having us for the study, because I know that's a lot of work, and then especially for being here today with us. Thank you very much. Yeah. Now we continue with, so these were two, let's say, separate studies on the role of centers of vocational excellence, which role they play in the green transition or in the digital transition, some of them even in both, like Singapore, it's an excellent example. They're really good in both, or let's say in managing both transitions. Now we will talk about applied research, something that is still rather, let's say, rare in VET at least. And I invite to the stage Epke Vogel from Sinop Consultancy firm. And they carried out the research for us. We did it somehow together. It was a joint effort. Please, Epke, have a seat. Yeah. Epke, I would like to start maybe with what we understand by applied research, because when it comes to education and training, many people, when they hear applied research, they might think, okay, we're talking about research on pedagogy, curriculum, but we are talking about something different.
Yes, and it goes beyond actually what we see in many educational institutions, is that they do a lot of projects, and sometimes these projects are then based on case studies from companies. But here it's really about investigative activities and services that are conducted by VET providers and that have a strong practical focus, addressing very specific questions about innovation or practical real-life problems for which those VET providers then present solutions. So they can have very different forms and shapes, but often there is a clear demand from a company or an organization. It does not necessarily has to be a private company, but also public institutions or NGOs can come with a societal issue, a problem that they want, for which they seek practical solutions. So that is what we understand. We agreed jointly to see that as applied research in the VET context.
So really looking for solutions, especially for small and medium-sized enterprises.
Yes, or not-for-profit organizations.
Non-for-profit
so we should
organizations.
not necessarily only look at businesses and companies earning money, but also societal questions and solutions that may come from other types of organizations.
Yeah. One of the differences between this study and the two other studies was, or is, that we also looked at a little bit deeper at the country context.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you can tell us a little bit about how you carried out the research. So it was not only the centers, we also looked at 4 centers, but we also looked at, let's say, the policy framework in those 4 countries or 4 regions.
Yeah, very much we were looking at the conducive environment. So what does enable VET providers or promote them to engage in applied research? And so we actually started this assignment, this study, with looking at a wider number of countries, analyzing their VET systems and how they support, how they support applied research in the VET system. And we actually came up with, from a wider description, came up with a number of countries based on a set of criteria. So we identified Turkey, the Netherlands, Spain and Canada as interesting practices, not only from the point of view of the conducive environment, policy, legislative and financial framework, but also what kind of a diversity of good practices that we could find there. So we first then studied and described the VET system, what is the policy framework, the legislative framework, and also the financial framework for allowing applied research in VET. Then we looked at specific good practices and how they implemented, so the processes and the activities of applied research. We looked at in which way they engaged companies or external organizations demanding for the services of the VET provider, how they engaged students, in which way students were actively engaged in the research itself, and finally, the learning of the students. So what were the main lessons learned for individuals?
Okay, thank you. So 4 countries, Canada, Spain. In those countries we looked, Spain, it was the Basque country, actually, so one region. In Canada, it was the province of Ontario. And then the Netherlands, which already has a long tradition when it comes to applied research in VET. And then the last example was Turkey, one of our partner countries. So maybe, Epke, can you, when we move now to the, let's say, to the level of the institutions themselves, could you let us know a little bit more about the good practices? You mentioned there are good practices, but very different ones.
Yeah, and I think that it's also interesting to liaise also to the framework, the national framework, and how these centers operate then in the national framework. And maybe starting with Technica, which is actually a VET supporting service center funded by the Basque government and focusing on innovation, technology and innovation. They have created a program called Tekegune. And this program is supporting VET providers in the Basque country to conduct applied research. So they are a service center to those VET providers, and in most of the cases, it's the VET centers receiving requests from small and medium-sized enterprises. So individual companies make a request. They know about the Tekegune program, and they approach the nearest VET center they have a relation with, and then they start engaging Tekegune, and they just start shaping their request, their understanding the options for the VET center to do the specific or find specific solutions for the request of the company. And what is very interesting about Tekegune is that they become sort of a partner of the VET center and train the teachers and also support them in negotiating financial issues, the funding of the research. So there is like a guidance from Tekegune to implement this project. Another very typical characteristic here is that students are not taking part in the research itself, because there's a high, the companies, small companies pay directly to the VET center for the research, and they want to ensure high quality of the research, and they don't want to take any risks that engaging students might have impact on the quality of the solutions and
That is very special to Technica, or let's say to the centers that work with Technica. But it's different again in the other
so, like
three
for
centers.
example, the second one is the Vista College. Vista College is a Dutch vocational training center, a regional center, and they have engaged together with the University of Applied Sciences and the academic university in an association called CHILL, which is based on the campus of so-called Gemelot. Gemelot is a big campus of chemical industry companies. So here we see that the vertical column, different educational providers are joining effort with a service center called CHILL, and they actually provide services, so applied research services, combined with academic scientific research, because the university and the University of Applied Sciences are also engaged. So here it's really a bottom-up, grassroots, regional or local initiative of the also DSM, the big chemical company in the south of the Netherlands, was also founder of this CHILL association. So here we see that it's all about very long-lasting projects, large projects, oftentimes for the companies on the campus, focusing on the chemical industry, and but it's a curricular activity, so it's part of the education program of all the different education providers, so from the intermediate and the higher vet level. And so the students are very much actively engaged in the applied research. And it's mainly the higher levels of students that take the lead. The vocational students are engaged in the more practical activities, and a group of teachers from the different providers then form a team and they coach the students. So that's how it works.
So quite a different approach compared
Yes.
to Technica, where we only have the teachers. Here, students are heavily involved
Yes.
in the research,
Yeah,
even
yeah.
different types of students.
And they also have a very strong assessment procedure. So there's really a focus on fully integrating the exercise of the students in the regular education program. So assessment starts from the beginning with the learning objectives, identify learning objectives, and then building a portfolio, doing your final presentation of the results, and they're assessed at group level and at individual level.
Thanks. Then we have two more case studies,
Yeah.
Canada and Turkey.
Yes. Yeah.
How do they?
So Canada is a special case where education is a regional responsibility. So the regions, the provinces are responsible for vocational education training, and they have, and that is very interesting. Both Spain and Canada have recently introduced research and development in their vet policy and vet legislation. So it's a new task, a new service of vocational education providers that they have to embed research and development in their policies at the regional level, but also at institute level. So you see very much in Canada that the institutions, so the vet providers themselves, translate this into a research strategy. And in this case, it's an individual vet provider, Mohawk College, and they have created their research center. There's funding, sufficient funding available because it's integrated in law. They receive public funding at national level and at regional level, but they also mobilize private funding, or when companies come in with their own funding as well, they can also collect funding for additional support. So they have their, in the case of Mohawk College, they have then developed a whole strategy for this, for the research center, the IdeaWorks Research Center. In the case of the IdeaWorks, the students work outside their curriculum, so it's extracurricular activities, and they work in groups from different disciplines, from different levels of education, to address certain issues, certain questions, or assignment of companies. So here it's an individual, a standalone initiative of this Mohawk College. Yes.
And last but not least, we have the example of Turkey.
Yeah, so Turkey, in this case, the country has a very centralized policy and also system for vocational education and training. And in this case, actually the National Research Scientific and Technical Research Center, TÜBİTAK, they are responsible, or they actually send out calls for proposals for vocational and education, vocational education training centers to submit proposals for research. Now, we looked actually at the Anatoly vocational and technical high schools. Some of these high schools are privately owned, so they're set up by companies or by groups of companies in a specific sector. And what you see here is that even though companies are not really the demanding side, external demanding side, the clients of the vet provider giving a specific assignment for a research project, the companies are somehow engaged because they are co-founders of the institution. Though they implement public curriculum, they do have a strong say in financial management of the site. And then they apply for this national program for vet research, which is under this TÜBİTAK Center.
So in Turkey, we have to say, the students are really at let's say at the heart of the projects.
Yes.
While if you compare that, for example, to Technica, it's really demand driven by small and medium-sized enterprises. They pay for it, and here clearly the students. Last question, because I heard we only have a couple of minutes left. So, Epke, what are the benefits when we look at SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, maybe also teachers, students? What?
Yeah. I mean, of course, there are different stakeholders. There's the companies or external organization at stake. They have the opportunity to do very practical, small-scale research projects for which otherwise they would have to pay a lot of money. So it's also a way for them to scout graduates, to invest in new staff. They can also overcome the intellectual property issues. Usually vet providers have less problems in transferring the knowledge, the intellectual property to the client. So it's much easier for small companies to do research. Then for teachers, this is a way to make their work more dynamic, to gain more knowledge, practical knowledge, and also co-create knowledge with local organizations. Of course, for vet providers, it's a way to improve their image, to engage or have a different way of engaging with companies, to engage in different activities. So not only through work-based learning or maybe guest speakers or other types of engagement, but this is a new type of engagement where both organizations work in co-creating solutions for a local problem. Those are some of the benefits.
Some of the benefits.
Yeah.
And more information we will find in the study, which is on our website. So, Epke, thank you very much for all this information. She deserves some applause. I would like also to take that opportunity to thank my colleagues who supported this study, especially Jan-Peter Otero, if he's here, maybe, who was also involved and supported the entire team. So more on, as I said, online on our website. I thank you very much for listening to us, and I thank very much, especially Epke once again. Thank you. So
and
over to you.
Of course, if you have any question, bombard Epke during the lunch break. Don't save your question. If you have any question, really talk to Epke. I think it was. Okay. So today and tomorrow, 2 days for you. Allora, may I thank first Inna for her introduction, then Stefan, Epke, and all the people that was with us in the previous panel. Now, between now and the lunch, there is only me telling you just a few things. You still remember the color coding? Do you? Voila. Okay. Then, please try to, again, find people of your same color and having lunch, having coffee, doing something. So, again, nobody will die if you don't do it, but try to do it. And also, I want to make a deal with you. I realize that we have around 1 hour. This is of maximum importance. I think I need your full attention because we're talking about lunch and free time and fun. I think you can be attentive to that. Allora, we have 1 hour and 10 minutes of lunch. Then, I would like to make a deal with you. If we come back earlier, it means that we will leave earlier. So, can we try to be back here from lunch? What's the time now? Tell me. 12:35 in Italian, which means 12:35. Allora, let's try to come back here at 1:20. Let's try. If not, I will come to take you, you know. So, Habibi, we try. Then, if not, because it depends also from the buffet, from many other reasons, at the latest 1:30. So you have a kind, for those not living in Torino, on the way back to your hotel, more opportunity to stop, enjoy coffee, shopping, and doing whatever you want. Okay? Allora, first challenge, 1 hour 20. Second, 1 hour 30. After 1:30, I close the door, all out. Okay? Enjoy the lunch, and I see you later. Thank you very much. by little, we take a seat back. Remember, yes, I told you, the earlier we start and the earlier we finish, which sounds like a threat, but in fact this is what it is. Allora, we take, bravi, bravi, bravi. Best table ever. Allora, if we take a seat, we can actually restart in a couple of minutes. No, okay. Someone is doing things. Okay, you're lost in action. Okay, can we restart, Serena? People are giving me signal which I don't understand, in fact. So, do we restart? Okay, the most important is that the session after this little energizer is ready. Julian is all ready? Okay, Julian says yes. Allora, first of all, did you enjoy the lunch? Was it a nice lunch? Did you enjoy Italian food? Green, okay, good. So, bene, bene. Allora, you remember the color? I would ask you, by each, you have to pay attention to me, eh? Ah, ma allora qui c'è casino. Allora, please, within each of your table, check which is the color that you have the most in common. So, basically, the table that wins is the table with the highest number of people from the same color. Was I clear? Because I'm not clear even with myself. So, you check just as I give you 2 minutes. So, for example, I don't know, if you have 4 pink, you win. So, you must look for the color that you have most in common. Bene, and I will ask you for the number in a second. The color and the number. Here, loser. Dan, did you check? Did you check? What to do with you? Allora, do you know? Did you check which is the color you have most in common? Okay, then. First, I start from this table.
We have 2 purples.
Oh, 2 purple. Okay, loser. Can you throw it to the following one? Microphone. You always use the microphone, even if you are playing.
We have 2 black.
You have 2 black. 2 black. Okay, 2 black, 2 purple. Throw it to that one. Oh, Madonna Santa. Okay. 2 black, 2 purple. So here we have a pareggio. I don't know how to say it in English. And you? Yes, but I just want to know the color most in common and the number. Ah, two and two. How do you say pareggio, Julian, in English? Equality? Equal. Okay, we have a free table equal. Mamma mia, you make my life. Oh, they have two. Oh, excuse me. Not only. Are you ready? Okay. Voila, champagne. Okay, then you. I give you the microphone so we make it quicker. Tell me free, please. So you.
No, not at all. We have all different colors. No one in the same.
Okay, let me introduce you the loser table for the moment. But they have diversity, you see. So perhaps are the winner at the end. Attenzione, you are including a new criteria to give the prize. So very good from you. This table, but look at this table. Okay, color.
I think we have 2 purple. 3 purple. Let's celebrate for that. Thank you.
Throw the ball there. Throw. You have the microphone, but I give you mine.
Thank you. We have 2 red, 2 yellow, 1 orange, and 1 joker. So we have 3 red. He is our colleague. So we have 3 red.
3 of the same color. Here people are trying to cheat in, honestly, but okay. 2.5. I can give you 2.5. This table, you need my...
We have 2 purples.
All equal, inclusive. Look at them, they are so happy with the bake. It's us. So, how many of the same color?
3 red.
3 red or pinks? Red, Jan. Ah, no, this is pink. No, this is pink or red? No, wait a sec. 3 red? 2 red and 1 pink. Show me the 3rd red. But this is pink. And that is, what is this? This is red. Okay, mamma mia, don't waste my time. They have 1 color and they pretend it's us. Okay. Which is the color you have most in common?
No.
3 pink? Ah. Okay, then 3 pink here and then it was 3 purple, right? Okay, last table. Ciaone. Wait a sec. My hour of gym for this week is done, isn't it? Voilà.
Sì, siamo 4 rossi.
4 rossi?
2 donne e 2 uomini,
Okay, so here we have a gender issue. They are winning. Mamma mia, did they already come to you? Okay, so you are the winner. Applausi! Okay, and this is the cup. Yeah! This is the cup for the table. Voila, I will give you a second one to the second lady. Bene, evviva. Allora, I think that now you are enough awake and ready to welcome Julian. Don't pretend you don't have to be here with me. And then I called you. Now we go back to the serious stuff, but we thought it was nice to have a moment of interaction after a quite big lunch. Okay, thank you. And now I pass the floor to the serious stuff. The floor is yours.
Okay, so fun is over. Get serious. Yeah. We're going to have a short session now about the work of the consultative panel. This is the team of people who've been supporting the development work on the case studies, on the label, and on the tool throughout the last couple of years. And they've been representing all sorts of different parts of the vet community. They've been representing international vet associations. They've been representing the community of practice for CoVEs. They've been representing government ministries. They've been representing individual vet institutions. And they've also been representing sort of donor organizations, education foundations. So it's an attempt to sort of pull together different voices across the community. I'd like you perhaps to see some of them. I don't think they're all here today, but there's quite a few of them. So just to make sure that you believe me, and I'm not making this up, can I ask members of the consultative panel who met yesterday to stand up for a second, just so everyone can see them? And you see how cleverly we've distributed them across the room. Woo! So, if you've got, please sit down, if you've got any objections to any of the tools, if you think we've made any mistakes, if you want any changes, I think you know now who to go to, okay? Now, I've invited 3 of them to come forward now, just to give you a little bit of an idea of how they think and what their views are. I mean, it's a little bit unfair just to pick out 3, but I think to have everyone would be a little bit too many. So can I ask Anna, can I ask Anna, and can I ask Paolo to come forward, please? And just so we can answer, just explore a little bit some of their views. Please come forward and sit on these charming seats, which Simona has put out here for us. Simona, I guess your living room must be a bit empty at the moment. I mean, you brought all the furniture here for us. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for lending it to us. Adriana, will you come forward? We're being a bit shy. And Paolo? Yeah. Imagine you're on television. No. Okay, so I mean, one of the key questions I think is about why the ISAC CoVE tool might seem relevant, why it might be interesting to you and your organization. Because you've given some time, you've come together and discussed with us how to design it. You've given your reflections and your criticisms. But all that supposes you think it's going to have some value to the members of your association, okay? And you come from different sorts of association. I mean, Paolo Nardi, he's president of FVET, which is the European Vet Association. Adriana here is the head of a CoVE, of a training center in Nova Gorica in Slovenia. So she's speaking with the hat of someone actually in a CoVE, running a CoVE. And Ana Ramos is, I've got to get this right, head of policy and institutional affairs. I hope I got that right, which is a network of NGOs whose members run 16 TVET schools in sub-Saharan Africa. So it's an NGO which is active in coordinating TVET in Southern Africa. So there are different perspectives with different members, but all with a shared interest to provide tools and support for those different users out there. So the first question, maybe I can start off with you, Paolo. I mean, why do you think that ISAC CoVE in particular, which is the assessment tool, why do you think that that's going to be of value to the members of your association?
Well, first of all, because we have been working a lot, so I want now it to be used. I would say 3 main words, 3 main concepts. Awareness, recognition, and dialogue. So to make an example, I think that if I ask now, how many Center of Excellence we have here right now? Many raised hands, I suppose. Also, the translation is arriving. Why? Why are you excellent? I think that, first of all, the big value of ISAC CoVE is working on the awareness, the importance of self-assessment, the importance to understand, am I excellent? why am I excellent? I think this is very important for you as an organization, for the learners, for the trainers. Why am I? And you have here, there, some indicators, some criteria that you have analyzed. Second, recognition. I can talk with Adriana, with Anna, with anybody here and say, I am excellent because, and I have some criteria that all of us understand. And someone like ETF can say, yeah, I can tell that I checked. And this is really something happening. So awareness at internal level, recognition at external level, and dialogue among us. We can dialogue, we can speak each other and say, I'm excellent on this aspect. Oh, wow, I'm excellent, but on other aspects. Why are you so excellent? Tell me, how do you get that criterion in this way or this other way? So it's a way to help each, thinking about IFVET, each of our members, but also the system as a whole. So awareness, recognition, and facilitating dialogue.
Thank you, Paolo. I think that's very helpful and very well explained. Thank you. Adriana, I'm going to come to you. You're speaking from the point of view of a particular CoVE, of a particular institution, but you've given your time to support the development of a tool for internationally for anyone. But why do you think it's going to be particularly valuable for your own school or for centres like for training centres like your training centre to have such a tool?
Anyway, otherwise, Julian, when you said at the beginning, let's get serious, not party. I like party, also good. So, as a I remember how it started story in our country. So when we started discussing with our ministry about excellence, they said, no. In Slovenia, each school is excellent. We are all equal. It's something to do with the elite. That was a kind of interpretation, but I think it was about misunderstanding. So vet providers, we were always following what is happening in the labor market, but what is happening in the last, let's say, 6 years or 7 years, this is really getting crazy with enormous speed. And you really need to act very responsive, resilient, to face all the challenges and everything. So, and not everyone is prepared to do this. It's a kind of step-by-step approach. And at that time, actually, it came also the initiative of the Vocational Excellence, and we definitely, because we were always trying to respond and to try to be as responsive and agile as possible, that we went into the Vocational Excellence, because we saw what is the difference. What does it mean that you can offer really to your learners, to your teachers, and also to your stakeholders, what is actually happening around us. And we went out, not because this is a kind of fancy, let's say, and only recognition, but we went out of the problems that we faced in our region. I think that was the most important thing, and we wanted to support people in that way. And it was constantly the question, also from other CoVEs, what actually is vocational excellence. And in the ISAT CoVE, I saw for the first time that it's a kind of umbrella approach or very holistic approach, or a kind of guidance in which direction a vet provider could go to become excellent. And this guidance in these chaotic times is very, very welcome. Because I must say there are so many things imposed on us. I mean, we need to discuss about priorities, but now everything is almost priority. And that was, I think, that our main ambition that we decided for it. It was really out of the necessity, out of the problem, and also because we want to act resilient. And I think it's going to be very important also for the future. It doesn't stop here, right? This is the ongoing process. And we would definitely want to continue to have the support and of ETF and of other institutions of European Commission. And it would be really great to connect this with the national level, because we are embedded there. So we live there. We are in our region. And these things need to be aligned because otherwise, you know, let's say that we get one directions from the European Commission or other institutions, we get another directions by the national level. So that's why I think that if you want to achieve the impact, as we all wish, it's very important that these things are aligned. That's my.
Thank you, Adriana. I think you covered a lot of ground there, but I very much like the image you've given us of sort of starting somewhere particular with a particular ecosystem, a particular set of needs, a particular starting point, but wanting to go out on a journey which is more universal, which is addressing vocational excellence more generally. And I think that's an image which is relevant to a lot of us. And I take your point about connecting it to the national frameworks and the national requirements, and I think that's a challenge that we're working on. And I think you're right to draw attention to that. And it's been mentioned by other people in the discussion this morning. Anna, your association, your network is particularly addressing vet schools, TVET providers in Southern Africa. So it's a bit special, it's a bit different. I'd be interested to hear, I think we'd all be interested to hear about why you think this assessment tool could be of value, be relevant to your members.
Yes, actually my perspective is very different from my colleagues because obviously our schools are very far from Europe and far from all these initiatives that are normally born here. Right? And as Julian said, our members operate a network of TVET schools across 8 countries in sub-Saharan Africa, which is a region where more than 70% of the population is under the age of 30. And while this demographic represents a huge asset, a great potential for economic growth, what the current reality shows is that the labor market struggles to absorb this growing and that will continue to grow workforce. And this is especially pronounced in the rural areas where Humana operates. So in order to turn this around and harness all the potential of this youthful population for an economic growth that is inclusive and sustainable, we need strong, dynamic, and up-to-standards TVET systems in place. And it's true that in the region there are a number of initiatives looking at quality assurance, but they normally focus on the initial accreditation level, the licensing. So there are not many systems, many mechanisms incentivizing or guiding continuous improvement of the TVET offer or performance. So in the absence of this kind of mechanisms, this task largely depends on the initiative and the proactivity of individual TVET, and more often than not on the headmasters or the leaders of schools. So for that reason, for our schools, having access to a tool like ISAT-CoV is very, very valuable for many reasons. First of all, it provides us with a clear framework and guidance to analyze the performance. It provides data, which is essential to make informed decisions. And this is good to identify the areas of excellence, so you can capitalize on that. But it's also very important to identify gaps and needs for improvement, which can also inform and influence the resource planning, for example. And this is particularly important for us as an NGO because we mobilize resources all the time. Then also the fact that ISAT-CoV provides a very clear framework for excellence, that's what you were most referring to, helps our schools to identify the targets and the objectives for the future development. And this may be inspired by international practices and not be limited only to the local context. And in relation to this, also the benchmarking, the fact that the schools are able to assess where they stand in comparison to other schools that may be working in the same field, the same geographical area, or have the same size, can also provide great insight. And I think it's a very powerful tool for peer learning, for inspiration, and for collaboration. And the last point I want to make that I think is also very important in our context is that the introduction of this kind of self-assessment tools promotes a culture of self-assessment and continuous improvement that is very, very important and very, very useful for us.
Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you for that comprehensive answer. And I must say that it would be wonderful if ISAC CoVE could indeed make vocational excellence accessible to less disadvantaged parts of the world, and act as a tool of transmission and a tool of learning and a tool of collaboration. I mean, that would be a marvelous. If you can do that, you will realize my dreams, and I think the dreams of a lot of us. So thank you very much for reminding us. I'd like to turn now to the question of what support, what help TVET centres need to make use of the self-assessment tool. And I think we should be realistic. It's quite demanding. It's demanding in terms of time. It's quite demanding in terms of trust. You've got to trust one another, and you've got to trust your stakeholders. It's quite demanding in terms of what you might learn, because you might learn not only good things, but bad things too. Yeah? So there's a bit of a risk involved in doing that. Some centres are stepping forward and saying, yes, I want to try it out. We're ready to learn. Others are sort of sitting on the side a bit, waiting to see what others are going to do. Paolo, to come back to you, I mean, what support do you think your members will need in order to be ready to take this on and to make best use of it?
Well, you already mentioned some challenges. So, of course, technical support. Also have in mind that for a small training center, it's not easy to find the time, the resources to manage this assessment in general. I mean, I've been working in impact evaluation for a while, and it's a lot time consuming. But this is very clear to me. I think I want to add something maybe different. What about the cultural dimension? Because it's demanding. ISAC CoVE is demanding. But what if we start working from a cultural perspective to make all of us understand the value of this action of self-assessment? We work on the vision behind this approach. So on one hand, I would say, yes, technical is important, maybe also something more because it's time-consuming, it needs resources, but what if as ETF, as associations of vet providers, there is Kenny from UNESCO UNEVOC here, we have the commission. What if we start working together from a cultural perspective, saying, guys, we have here a tool which we may use together to understand together the importance of quality, how to measure that quality. You don't need to fill 400 indicators, but you can start from some of them, which all of us share. So it's a cultural paradigm shift, which I think it may seem nothing, but I think it's a big support because you really activate the mindset of our vet ecosystem.
I think that's a very interesting way of looking at it. Of course, in a way, it raises another challenge, which is how do you bring about that cultural change? How do you change group think? How do you give people the confidence to act collectively in a way that they haven't done in the past? But let's keep that question open, yeah. And Anna, can I ask you what support, what kinds of support you think your members of your networks might need in order to be able to step up and to start making use of this tool?
Do I need to be realistic?
You need to be realistic, honest.
Okay, I have a wish list here.
And maybe start at the bottom and work up.
I mean, my answer actually It's more about if we want the Isaac CoV to make a real difference, real change, we need a combination of things. And one of the things, an ecosystem that is supportive and is like that values and encourages self-assessment, improvement, etc., etc. Also training, mentoring, resources. So I'm not going to repeat what you said, but raising awareness about the importance of self-reflection, improvement, can encourage, not encourage, can engage actively the TVET providers, because this is a very time-consuming and energy-consuming exercise. So they need the value. External support, mentoring, but it shouldn't be limited to just how to navigate the system, which is not easy. But ideally, this external support would also offer insights, help to identify the weaknesses and the strengths from a more objective perspective, and ideally also to make recommendations for improvement. Having a mechanism of review and feedback can be essential to ensure that this process is effective and leads to change. And this has to be also accompanied by a long-term commitment. It cannot be just a one-time support. The other point I want to make is access to good practices and networking opportunities that can be very useful for the competition of the self-assessment itself, but also for further development plans. And it can lead also to, well, changing, peer learning, etc., etc. And the last point is about incentives and recognition that has been already addressed with the labels, with the awards, but also funding. And this can be easily linked to Erasmus Plus, capacity building, for example.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for sort of setting that out in that way. Adriana, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could probably add to what Anna and Paolo have been saying. I mean, perhaps I can ask you a two-part question. First of all, is there anything you would add to what they've said, bearing in mind that your school has done this self-assessment? So I'd be interested to know whether you feel that additional support or different sorts of support might be relevant. Helpful. But the second question I wanted to ask you is a bit more of a general question about how in general do we sort of empower centres a bit so that we hear their voice a bit more loudly. I think, in doing this sort of work, in deciding what kind of support people should get, in designing these kind of tools, we should listen to what centres want and what they need. And I'd be interested if you've got any reflections about how that voice can be made louder, how it can count for a bit more, because if we don't get that right, we're going to be wasting our time. We're going to be offering services, we're going to be providing tools which don't quite do the job. So I'd be interested in your response.
So to the first question, answer the first question. Actually, there is not much to add because I completely agree with the culture. Because if you are doing this by yourself, you are alone, has no power, right? And so you need to work on the culture so that there is more institutions, more power, more influence, so that somehow it gets embedded. That's really very important. That's how it works. Just look how the vocational excellence, what happened from, I don't know, 2019 or 2010 started, or even more. The culture, then it's very important, as I said before, connect it really with the national levels, at least in not only Europe, but I think that also outside is very important, the next. But to the second question, I think that since we are very tightly, or let's say connected or collaborating with the European Commission institutions, I think that we are progressing much, much faster as we used to do. And if we align all these things, as you mentioned before, that Kenny is also here and ETF, also when these institutions connect together and support us, and we experience for the first time, not only that you are there, shut up and do whatever we are going to tell you, but we need to give you our insights. We need to give you what kind of needs we have, what kind of problems we face. It's impossible actually that you give us just the rules or whatever. It doesn't work anymore. And I will connect this with an example that we used to make. It was a kind of mistake, I would say, in the past. So we were mostly thinking about how to develop our future provision, just together the teachers or managers and together with the business. And somehow we excluded the learners. But that's not okay, because we are preparing them for the labor market. And this is also what results in the skills mismatch, right? Everybody needs to be included. And I think that we should not keep the distance as it was in the past anymore. Okay, oh, you are too high for us. We are there, down there, or whatever. We need each other very much. I mean, come on, we are talking such as about climate change consequences, and these are really very severe challenges. So there is no other way than really try to think out which would be the next phases, because we see this now, till where we came. This is a kind of first phase. Now it's coming the very difficult part, which is the sustainability and all the hard work that's done. But it's really, I would like to make, again, a congratulations to ETF, and don't give up on this initiative further, because the vocational excellence is going to need it very much, really.
Thank you very much, Adriana. We've got a few minutes left. I thought, rather than asking another question, I might invite you to do a little task for us. On your tables, you should have some post-it notes of different colours. I think in this box of goodies there in the middle. I'd be really, really grateful if within the table you would come up with, at least a few ideas of what your centres would need in order to become more excellent. Whether it's a question of learning from case studies, or whether it's a question of starting to use the assessment tool, or whether it's a question of receiving mentoring or peer learning, it would just be helpful to us to give us some ideas of what you've heard of this morning, or what you haven't heard of this morning, but you think you should have heard of this morning, of some of the things that you think you might need. So if you can, on your tables, write some ideas onto these post-it notes, and then around the walls you've got some signs which say share your ideas. There are even pens. But you've just got 5 minutes now. Please, will you give us some feedback in these 5 minutes quickly, please? Yeah? Go for it, please, now.
Use the markers, so you're obliged to only reply by keywords, because there is less space to write. Okay? Thank you.
Now I know why she got rid of her chairs. They're no good.
Che bella cosa. Sì, sì, anche perché così investiamo tempo sul fatto.
Your ideas. Let's post them onto this big wall here, and we'll see how many ideas we've got between us.
Sotiria.
Can I take one of yours?
Sotiria, did you write? Did you write? I'm checking. Giulia, did you write? Okay. Okay. Lida is checking you. Lida is controlling you. That you are doing the job.
No ideas, no pizza. Will you bring them up? You come and post them. Yeah, yeah. Please bring your ideas up. We must have your ideas. That's great, lovely. It still seems to me there's a few ideas that we haven't got yet. Can I take this? Thank you. Any more? Thank you, Sotiria. Yorgos wants to come in, so I'm going to bring him in. Thank you very much. Please take your places again. So, I'd like to draw the session to a close now, please. So I'd like to thank you very much for your contribution now, for your ideas. Tomorrow, when we go on to talk about the support services, which ETF, together with its partners, is working to provide into the future, we're going to be drawing upon these ideas. We're going to be drawing upon the ideas of the community about what is needed, what centres need to move on. So I think this is the beginning of a conversation to try and deepen our understanding of what the needs are, what possibly some of the things we've overlooked might be, about what the greatest priorities are, and how we can move forward to help networks and individual centres and existing centres of excellence to move forward, to make use of resources and tools, but also to continue to improve, but also to carry others with them. So excellence is not concentrated, but continues to be shared and transmitted. I'd like to thank the three members of the consultative panel who've joined us this afternoon, Adriana, Anna, and Paolo for not just for their contributions now, but for the ongoing work throughout the 2 years, and for the other members of the consultative panel who've turned up, who've looked at what we've been producing, and who've been ready to say, well, actually, that's great, or actually, you need to think again, that's not good enough, and have raised a high standard to us as developers. I'd like to hand over the mic now to Yorgos, who wants to say a little bit about the work of the consultative panel, past, present, and future. Yorgos.
Thank you. Thank you, Julian. Colleagues, thank you very much. And I really enjoyed the discussion you had on stage now in this slot. I felt some pride, I have to say, when you are referring to the value of ISAT-CoV and the labels. The truth is, it's collective work, and we really appreciated the support from the consultation panel. We are actually thinking that we should continue with the consultation panel. And in the next, let's say, period, we will invite, again, organizations, schools, platforms, NGOs, to join the consultation panel for the next round, which will be the support services and the implementation of the ISAT-CoV and the labels. And that's part of the second, let's say, service level agreement. We will talk more about that tomorrow. So even though yesterday we had the last meeting of this consultation panel, we will launch very soon the next round and have, let's say, continue with the idea of checking and discussing everything that we produce. If there's a strong interest from someone who has not participated in the panel before, please let us know. It's important to have that information so we can include you. You understand this is all voluntary work, yes? So it's important that you stand out and you say that. Now, we are going to go to something completely different in this second part of the afternoon. I said in my introduction in the morning that the whole work for us started in 2018 when we joined forces with the European Commission in investigating more this notion of vocational excellence in Europe and beyond. And a couple of years later, in 2020, we launched a network. It's called ETF Network for Excellence, ENE. And within that network, over the last few years, we have developed different sub-initiatives. And I'm sure you heard a few of them by now, because we have organized different meetings to discuss different dimensions of excellence. So this afternoon is about this network. It's about ENE, it's about the sub-initiatives, and it's about the members of those sub-initiatives. Some of them will be on stage to present their experience from participating. So I would like to invite on stage Manuel. Come closer, Manuel. So Manuel is the content coordinator for the team working on ENE, our network. Of course, you can imagine that the work we do under the service level agreements and ENE, they're compatible and they go together. Yeah. So this is more now the ETF core business that you're going to hear about, and a few colleagues you see them on stage. They're experts working in different areas. Manuel, you have a tough task now, because we're aiming to finish by 5, if I'm not mistaken, which is a bit earlier than what we have on the agenda. So I will ask you to run this marathon of sub-initiatives in the 40 minutes that we planned. That means you will need to wrap up around 2:50. Yeah? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yorgos Tsitsimos. First of all, I want to thank you very much to welcome here, because for us it's a beautiful opportunity, finally, to meet you in person. Because we ran this Network for Excellence from the beginning, at the end of 2020, almost online. And finally, today, I can thank you very much, all of you that are part of our international family. I want now to invite also my colleagues to be here, because my colleague Susan, Florian, Maria, who is there in the room, and Lida, s'il vous plaît. So, having said that, also Yorgos gave me very easy floor not to introduce in detail all what we did or what we do. But I have to confess you that we had a dream when we started to run this Network for Excellence. And our dream really came true because you are here today and we are here and we learned on international self-assessment tool and we learned in research and we learned also on how to foresee recognition of the Centers of Vocational Excellence, but our dream was to build a community of practitioners, a big family, and we are very thankful you are here today. This was our dream. And because our dream came true, also we have thematic partnership. The first one is about, I want to give the floor now to Susanne, because she's the thematic leader for Greta, Greening Responses to Excellence through Thematic Action. If you want, we can sit down. And I have some questions for my colleagues, because I think we have the tough schedule, and I don't want to introduce more slides or anything else. I think my colleagues now are the owners of this discussion. And first of all, I would like to give the floor to Susanne, and we are going to put a question to Susanne. Basically, it's about greening. Greening is one of the topics higher in our agendas. And from this perspective, also, vocational education and training is playing a key role for having a better sustainable future, and also to support the digitalization and other processes that are bringing really challenges for the vocational education and training, but also opportunities. We have this partnership in greening responses to excellence through thematic action, which we call nicely Greta. And the question for Susanne is this one. So what is Greta contributing on this challenge of greening and digitalization? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And hello, everybody. I'm with pleasure to talk about Greta, but I'm waiting eagerly to have a slide behind me with a nice logo of Greta, because I have something for you. That is not the one, but I start slowly because indeed we have a very challenging timeline. Here it comes. Here we go. Greta is there. Greta is the green arm of ENE, and Greta is about supporting greening of VET. Greening of VET is a gradual process aligning both training practices, institutions, and policies to environmental sustainability. So it's a process that affects all aspects on education and training. That's the reason why in Greta we apply a whole institutional approach. We have based it on the UNESCO UNIVOC guidelines for greening of VET, but we have tailored it, adapted it to the characteristics of centers of vocational excellence. That's the reason why in our methodology we place focus on green partnerships, on green ecosystems, looking into the glue between VET providers and their cooperation with enterprises, also green research institutions, newcomers in the green field, NGOs, for example, and also social partners that are crucial for the green transition. Adding to this element on partnership in our methodology, we have, of course, also included green strategies, both regional and national, and looking into how it's aligned or, unfortunately, often not aligned. Then also an element on funding, and then the two usual suspects, which is teachers training and greening of curricula. In Greta, we actually started our green journey 2 years ago when we came together with 18 centers of vocational excellence from ENE, from many different countries, from Georgia, from Armenia, from Slovenia, from Serbia, from Ukraine, from Turkey. And also I'm pleased that Denmark and Morocco has joined the Greta core group now. We met the CoVEs from Green Academy and IFMERA earlier today. Together we have pioneered in designing peer learning and peer reviews and going online together, visiting each other. What we have found is fundamentally that it might be that the VET systems or the frames for the CoVEs are different, but the questions and the challenges in the greening of VET are exactly the same. And we are all in a hurry. Time and the clock is really ticking. And here I would say that the dimension and the strength of internationalization and peer learning is kicking in, the power of peer learning, because it's the same questions we have, but we see so many inspiring practices. And this is what Greta is about, sharing practices. Another indicator of the power of peer learning, I would say that when we started implementing our green capacity building online sessions, we were around 30 participants from 8-10 countries. And now when we implement them, it's such a joy to see that we are over 120 and from 40 countries when we meet. And I really thank all of you for taking part, for sharing your experiences, because this is what internationalization is about. This is what network and sharing practices is about. In Greta, we are leaving no one behind, but we like to leave something behind, and that is new knowledge. And all our reports, research, material from our activities, that is continuously uploaded at the ENE Greta Open Space page. I hope you have joined this community where this is available. Also today, I would like to leave something behind. On the screen is the QR code from our recent report that gives insights on the processes for VET, for greening of VET, also presenting numerous green practices from many of you here present, and thank you so much for taking time and sharing your practices. And a third element in the report is policy recommendations, and that's exactly the next journey we are taking in ENE and in Greta, capitalizing on the practices learned and then turning it into policy advice, as we need to excel and actually change the VET system to further green the skills necessary in the green transition. I just wanted to say, I hope I have a few more minutes. Wrap up. I'm wrapping up, and then I'm just saying that we are on full steam forward in Greta. Next year, we focus on the greening the construction sector and renewable energy. Wrapping up, I would like to thank you, all of you, also our strategic cooperation with UNESCO UNIVOC and our strategic cooperation and support we've received from the European VET providers, the Three Musketeers. I call them EVVB, FVET and IVETA. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Susan. Thank you. We had a dream that we started with a number of centers, but now we are almost 300. This is also important to say. We are more than 40 countries involved. I want to thank also our colleagues from sub-Saharan countries. Ana Ramos is here. Thank you for that. And I want to thank also the beautiful family from European member states that also are with us. I want to thank also our members from Switzerland and also our members recently even from Bangladesh. But anyway, let's move to the next question, because Lida, who is leading the partnership in social inclusion and equity, I think a relevant issue I consider is you brief how you build this partnership which is crossing borders, and also how you address the work cooperating with the institutions that compose the partnership in social inclusion. Lida, please, floor is yours.
First, I want to thank so many people around the table because this partnership is thanks to the support, not only to the countries that are participating, that are very active, but also to the European networks that they made it possible and brought new members in this. It's a funny name, don't laugh. We call it SISI short, which means social innovation for inclusive skills. And that's what the theme. So what I'm saying in 3 minutes is what the members wanted me to pass to you. Because we can talk, but that doesn't mean if people want to know more, they have all the links, We have a very cross-continental membership, and for that we are very proud. And this is thanks also to the partners that we have in this ENE, because we have 11 members from 2 continents. In Europe, we have from all the areas that ETF works, which means Southeastern Europe, it's Eastern partnership countries, and also we have what we call South Mediterranean. So that's very representative. So we hear the voices of all these centers. Secondly, all the constellation is very full. And why I'm saying that is not just the national government, the regional government, and the providers that are part of the network, but through, and I'll say big thank you to Anna, and she knows why, we have from Sub-Sahara, we have from Zimbabwe and Malawi, that in all these activities, they bring the parents, apart from all these, and the employers, but they bring the students. And it's very emotional, I'm still emotional, that in all our peer learning, they bring hundreds of students to participate in the peer learning activities that we have done through the 2 years within this network. And they have a voice, and they speak. So that's another thing that the network wanted me to pass. Also, the network, for more what we do is, they wanted to pass that we don't look at skills for the exclusiveness or inclusiveness. We use all the sub-themes that you see that ETF is working, being green, being entrepreneurial, being work-based learning, being career guidance, being industry 4. We have members, autonomy and publication, and research. And this is the complete circle and the students' voice. So that's another aspect that this network has. What they have, which is, this is thanks to the European partners, and you are in present, Paolo and Ekvet, and also Anna, Humanity, that with these international and European networks, you have given them a voice where in all this peer learning, because the whole thing is based on the peer learning, opening up their systems. There is no barrier. They bring out all their developments and where their challenges are to all this huge network. And you have made their voice even bigger, apart from the ETF facilitated discussions among the countries and with all the partners at the European level, where they present their achievement. And they wanted me to thank you all for continuing that. This work we have done with, together with ENAP Italy, which is another big European and Italian network that have facilitated, supported all this work in the, all the opening up of the systems of these members to the outside world. And I stop it here. If you have any question, but please you refer, we have all links there. So if you want to know more, but thank you on their behalf to all of you that have supported, and I hope you will continue to support them all for hearing their voice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lida. Thank you. Indeed, as Lida referred, our approach to excellence, which is, let's say, approaching also a view on how to be systematic to vocational excellence, is based on lifelong learning, entrepreneurial role of centers of vocational excellence, education and business cooperation, pedagogy and professional development, smart specialization, industry 4.0, autonomy and public-private partnership, going green, social inclusion, and career education and guidance. We don't forget that, Mr. Florian. Not not being as such a partnership, we appreciate too much the work that we are doing in career guidance because it is streamlined to the other sub-initiatives, and also we also include this approach in our NSAT, our self-assessment tool. Having said that, and not forgetting the importance in the agenda of career guidance in the last times, finally, in vocational education and training within lifelong learning perspective, Florian, who is our thematic leader on career guidance, contributing in NE, wants to perhaps brief why this is important for CoVEs. Florian, please.
Thanks a lot, Manuel. And hello to everybody. As Manuel mentioned, career guidance is not a separate working group. It's mainstreamed across the different working groups, and I'm trying to convince everybody who's working on improving work-based learning, for example, that you just not have the cooperation improved with companies for work-based learning, but you can also use it for career guidance, for example. So we'll look into that more in the discussion. But related to that, I wanted to highlight a tool that we developed at ETF. It's a new tool helping vet providers to understand how good their current career guidance services and their approach to guidance is at the moment. We will present it on 14th December in an online event open to everybody. It will run from 11 to 12:30 Turin time. We will inform you about that, obviously. We will also share the tool with you. But now in a nutshell, why is career guidance important and how are we actually improving services? So in that tool that I just mentioned, there are 3 main activity areas. They're not new as such, you know about those. But once you look at the tool, the details are innovative and new, and you will see it why. So first activity area is about outreach and provision of career guidance to potential new vet learners and their guardians. So we're talking about going to primary, to elementary schools, informing them, creating awareness. But a second aspect, which is often not on the radar, is the outreach and the provision of guidance to the adult population. So we're talking about workers, we're talking about low-skilled, people with disabilities, people in the non-formal and non-standard forms of employment. This is a group we should not forget about, especially when it comes to the green and digital transition. And I understand, Manuel, that ETF will have a work focus on that next year, how we work with adults. A second focus area of activity for vet centers in the area of guidance is to provide career guidance services to those vet learners who are at the moment subscribed to vet programs. So we're talking about curricular and extracurricular activities. And the third area of activity is the provision of guidance services to outgoing students and to alumni. And as I said, those are not necessarily new aspects, but once you look at the tool, you will understand that there are many different sub-activities to do. And let me just highlight a couple of things that are really relevant. Career guidance is not a lonely business. It cannot be done by a single actor. It needs to be a team effort. So when we talk about providing career guidance at the vet school level, we're talking about the need of a whole school approach. Just think about the librarian, the person responsible for communication and marketing of the school management, the career guidance practitioner, subject teachers. All of these people need to come together as a team and act. A second element that's related to that is obviously the external cooperation and coordination. Partnering with public employment services, municipalities, often forgotten, partnering with social partners, with employers, obviously. All these people need to come together in order to plan, to deliver, and to monitor and evaluate guidance. So it's a much wider approach to guidance than we would have thought of. And the third element, the key pillar of quality guidance, is competence. The competence of those delivering guidance and their access to continuous professional development. So this is in a nutshell the key cornerstones of high quality guidance in VET. And I said before, we will share the tool with you. I guess it's an interesting one. We have colleagues here from Armenia who are currently piloting that tool, and I'm very curious to hear from them more later on in that year. To close, I just want to emphasize one point. We need to be aware that we need to shift in our approach to guidance. Labor markets have changed, career guidance needs to change. We need to shift from the idea of providing support to a first transition. We need to shift from moving away from just saying, we help you find your career and help you find the first job, towards supporting young people to have a successful, sustainable transition out of education, back to employment, from unemployment back to employment. And that requires much more, and the tool that we're offering will help you meet those kind of needs for a good service. So I'm thanking you all for your interest, and I wish you a nice conference day.
Thank you, Florian. Thank you very much. It's needed to say that you are seeing here these fantastic colleagues of the team, but there are more. Indeed, I want to mention also later and yesterday already, Maria Victoria and Jan Otero are part of the team. I want also to mention that at the beginning of times, also in our initiative of work-based learning, Stefan also is part of the team. I want to mention also always Dorian and Julian, because they are the master for the self-assessment tool. And I want also to thank Floriana Folisi, who is not here today, that worked also very closely with me in Autonomy and Public-Private Partnership Initiative, and I want to send her our regards from here. Loretta, you want to question something to me?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Manuel. So the question is, how did you strategically implement the partnership on autonomy and PPP, and what are the main lessons learned?
Well, Loretta, I wanted to tell also all of you that she's the most important person in our team.
No.
So for that, I allow you to question me whatever you want. If I can help you, I am here. And also I want to mention Inna Dergunova, and thank you her very much, because our team wouldn't be so excellent without you.
And also Enea.
And Enea Senumi, excuse me, Enea.
Serena,
Enea
yes,
Serena, sorry. We are so many excellent people here. Thank you very much. So yes, for us, autonomy has been one of the key pillars of the running Network for Excellence from a thematic perspective. Why? I think you know very well. And I think we have this also informed by our self-assessment tool. Autonomy with cooperation with businesses and teaching development are the three pillars on which Center of Vocational Excellence feel more represented in our network. Autonomy is crucial because autonomy is part of the good governance, financing, and also quality of the partnership that we do with the private sector. For that, in this respect, we link both approaches, so autonomy with public-private partnership. In this respect, we consider ourselves, I'm sorry for saying that, we are pioneers to bring in this topic thematically oriented in the international discussions, not only on excellence, but I would say also in the vocational education and training discussion around the world. We are pioneering also this because ETF has experience in working in both topics from different perspectives, but in particular also supporting partner countries. And I'm seeing now Ukraine here, on which we worked a lot in autonomy also, and really, I would like one day we will continue discussing this with you when this will finish. And also, we documented the partnership, the thematic partnership in autonomy, and public-private partnership via analyzing the status of this autonomy in 20 centers of excellence in a baseline study. So it's what we did. And there we extract some lessons learned, but then we wanted to dig deeper, and we made a second study on which we also investigated the working processes and the ways that the centers are practically tying partnership with the private sector. We took CoVEs from Azerbaijan, Georgia, Morocco, Tunisia, and Turkey, basically. Plus, also we learned with partners from the European member states, which are Netherlands, Finland, and Spain. We conducted 2 study visits, and basically what we learned, to wrap up, is that CoVEs still claim for more and greater autonomy, in particular in the issue of financial autonomy. We analyzed the topic of autonomy from 3 angles, which are pedagogic, managerial, and financial aspects. And in particular, CoVEs still see that in the financing autonomy, they need more recognition. Of course, we need policy frameworks, and I'm looking now Moldavia, that also you will hear about it next in this discussion. We also, and these findings also emerge, the importance of CoVEs to be autonomous, also to promote the image of vocational education and training. Still, the image of VET is to be improved. And this is also because the CoVEs need the recognition to have this power to work with governments on promoting VET in the countries. To wrap up, I would say also that it's important to mention the teachers, the role of the teachers. And this is important also for tying partnership with the private sectors. But of course, we are not going to ask the teacher more, because they are also asked to do more, and we are not now to jump in a discussion on the working conditions of teachers. So basically, we learned all these things. I recommend you also to visit our webpage and open space on which you will find these reports. And talking about reports, I answered your question.
You answered the question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel, for your answer, and also we thank Floriana Folisi, who is not here with us, but who was the expert dealing with this partnership on autonomy and PPP together with Manuel.
Thank you.
Now I pass the floor to Manuel, who will speak about our publication.
Well, we were talking about reports, no? Because at the end of the day, behind of all this work of my colleagues and of this team, we are reporting, and we do a lot of reports. Susan present one, Florian is talking about what we'll do, etc., etc. Lida also, and Maria is a colleague that is an international expert that is working with us in, let's say, a strategic reporting of all this work that we are doing in the team. And we are preparing a publication that we will wrap up all these lessons learned, because I started saying that we had a dream, but we have a dream yet. And this dream is also to report and to propose a way forward with certain issues that we identify as important ones, to inform the international community, to inform you, to inform your colleagues, to inform your centers, to inform the policy makers, because this is our next dream, Maria. And I want to ask Maria a little bit just to brief on what we are doing in this report, the process we took, the hard work we are doing, because we are coordinating a lot of persons and a lot of inputs. Please, Maria, brief on that. Thank you very much. And I am very happy you are here finally, and meeting you also in person, not online. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. Is it working? Yes, okay, thank you. So as all the colleagues have shared their experiences and the work done so far in the ETF network, what we have done with our research study, we have selected a number of CoVE members coming from EU countries and also beyond, as you know, because ETF covers also other countries. We interviewed policymakers and experts in the field, meaning that we have talked with the representatives of the national ministries, European Commission, international organizations such as UNESCO, and please allow me, I will use the Three Musketeers metaphor. And we have actually realized that the NCoVEs are doing valuable work on the field, and there is very much information to be gathered and structured. And I would like to point out the several most important findings, if you allow me. So the first one, which was actually mentioned several times today, is of course collaboration and partnership. So what CoVEs are doing on the field is a number of joint initiatives and joint projects where they share joint resources, both nationally and internationally. And these are all actually case studies where they recognize themselves potential for innovation and research collaboration in the future as well. Today, we have also heard many times the keyword networking. It has also come up from the interviews, both so on the policy level and also on the practitioner level, that this networking followed by internationalization is very important and has been recognized in a way that CoVEs are trying to find partnerships within the countries with different stakeholders and beyond countries. However, the aspect of internationalization comes with challenges, and we will talk about the challenges more in depth in the publication. The CoVEs have pointed out that there is a need for policymakers to actually acknowledge the work done so far by CoVEs and all the potential that is there and that needs to be captured. Because the CoVEs in themselves have a lot of energy, have a lot of enthusiasm, and they are open for new, let's say, points of view, new perspectives. They want to create out of the box, but they need support. They need a policy network which will follow them, which will mentor them, which will guide them and actually provide them the financial support, not also other resources, of course, but financial resources are crucial, and we have heard that as well today. One finding I would like to point out is that CoVEs, which implement tracer studies or any kind of vet student monitoring studies, actually can share the results that there are higher employment rates for students who participate in CoVE educational programs. This is also the result of the cooperation with the industry, something we have heard a lot about today. And lastly, what I would like to share today is that CoVEs actually implement or apply the holistic approach to vocational education and training, meaning that they educate and train students not only in the vocational skills, but also in personal skills, meaning again that CoVEs have a quite, I would like to say, big role to play in this humanistic approach to education. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you very much. This is an appetizer because indeed what we are going to propose in this report is also about, also analyzing the context of vocational excellence in the international scenario. So we will provide also with some overviews on different regions in the world, meaning, for example, South Asia Pacific, North and South America, and even sub-Saharan countries, also approaches to vocational excellence, which are very important ones also for our network. We are going to provide also discussions on internationalization, and we are going to provide also a big discussion that we had, for example, yesterday in the group of Entrepreneurial Centers of Vocational Excellence, which is about skills ecosystems. So the different skills ecosystems that are emerging in the ongoing implementation of our work with you. Lida has a question. Echo.
So I wanted to say that these networks have helped a lot our members, and it's not just one that, for getting organized and networking through the Erasmus. And Erasmus at all levels, and you can see the increase of participation of the members to the Erasmus program, and the big is not only among themselves from our partner countries, but with the EU member states, and that has given them a big, big boost. So I wanted to mention that this is the best impact that it has had, because we talk about financing, and that has been technical and financial support to the further development of all the members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lida. And this reminder was necessary also because we have also members here from the Champions of Erasmus Plus project in Vocational Excellence, and we also share with them with a lot of pleasure our work, but also in partnership with them. Thanks to them also we are here, and we try also that in our network these Erasmus Plus projects will be further shared, and we will want in the next life of the network also to bring more evidence and more focus on what they are doing. I think we are approaching the time, but we have still not time. We have a willingness to listen from you. Please, do you have questions or reflections, or who wants to intervene in this discussion now?
Don't be shy.
Don't be shy, please.
We have to stop.
Bueno, no, farò el Stuart. Please.
Yes. Ranu Poranakovic from North Macedonia. I have a question about career guidance. What are the best practices? I mean, career center within the vet school, career counseling, because my idea is that each teacher is career counselor. And what we've done in North Macedonia, ETF support us to develop entrepreneurial learning strategy in 2014, and we established course of innovation in primary school, 9th grade. First lessons was, what should I be? So it was implemented in formal education in primary school, and a lot of teachers did that training. So my question is, how to continue in the secondary education? With career center, with one counselor, and what are the best experiences worldwide? Thank you.
Because this is a complex question, it's going to be the last question.
Okay. I have the chance.
Please, I think Florian wants to react. Thank you very much.
Sure, thanks a lot for the question. I mean, one thing is for sure, there is no one-off solution for everything, yeah? It's always context-specific, the answer, yeah? You need to adapt whatever you want to do to the context. Yeah, that's one key message. But what has proven useful in many countries, in many different contexts, is to have a permanent 100% person that is for 100% responsible for career guidance for one single reason, because the coordination internally to set up learning activities, learning programs, to set up partnerships is a full-time job simply. And just adding on that task to a subject teacher that is usually not paid for that work is simply not fair and not feasible. So that's one point. Having a full-time responsible person for guidance. That person then should support subject teachers, as you rightly said, to integrate career learning into subject learning. Geography, mathematics, for example, good examples. Yeah, that's one part. having also a full-time career learning program that runs from the first grade of primary up to the end of secondary every year is an important lesson learned from international good practice. Meaning you dedicate time inside your curriculum next to the learning in the other subjects where you really focus on learning about myself. So it's not just about learning about my interests, which is the classical approach. I do an interest test, I see what kind of learning activities and jobs match my interests, and then I go. That's not what I'm talking about. That's the past. Personality tests, interest tests. That's part of it also today. But the focus is more on learning who am I? Who do I want to be in this world? It's about social emotional skills development. It's about supporting the positive human development, personal and identity development of people. Because that will create these kind of transversal skills that help people really deal with difficult transitions in life. Learning how to write my CV and how to behave in an interview will not help you deal with difficult situations in your life. It's the absolute minimum. So I hope with that short answer I could respond.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have more time for the last question. This is good news. Epke.
Maybe one remark for or answer to all of you, but maybe specifically to Lida, because we're working all in the field of centers of vocational excellence. We all know that they're very much focusing on technology, renewable energy, high tech. These are still very much male-dominated fields of study and also industries. So to what extent is gender equity taken into account in each of your thematic areas, but maybe specifically the inclusion part? We saw that also in the research. Our research is very much focusing, applied research is all on technology.
I can't talk only for the social inclusion, but because, as I said, social inclusion is inclusive, including all what is being done by the NM members. But what we see because of all these elements that and these themes, there is an increase. Now, you are talking about figures. I don't know which figures, but we see there also through our members that there is a big increase of female participation. Precisely because the way the skills are taught there, they are inclusive, first of all, is technology, which also we saw even with COVID, there is a big increase of female participation also in the platforms that we had, because we all worked online. You see also from the students, also the South African members, that there were a high percentage of female. So you can't have these changes with a project, being it 1 or even 10 years. This comes gradually, and that's why we raised that we need all the themes that is under discussion, it has to be integrated. We can't be just one sub-theme, one sub-theme, one sub-theme. All these elements, they have an impact on the inclusiveness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, we had a dream, but we have still a dream. Our dream will be continue working with you, sharing practices, because it's what we want, really. And we want to do it in the next years with you, also in these fields, social inclusion, greening, digitalization, and entrepreneurial centers of vocational excellence. Having said that, I want to ask for an applause for the colleagues in this team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manuel. Thank you, colleagues. I think you can see that we can talk for hours or days, perhaps, for the work that is happening in ENE. And in reality, the short session we had, it doesn't really do much justice to the work that it's been happening for many years now. But you got, I think, a good taste of what is there, and feel free to contact us. Visit our website or our open space to see more about those. Our next session is on entrepreneurial CoVEs. and it will be led by Maria Vittoria. Maria Vittoria, please join us. The reason that we highlight the work under this sub-initiative is because we have a bit of a rotation system in ENE, where on every occasion we highlight different work that reaches a maturity level. And today is the turn of this one, of this sub-initiative. And yesterday they had a meeting also, and many of the participants here are members of this sub-initiative under ENE. But before I pass the floor to Maria Vittoria, we have prepared a small video for ENE. Bit old, goes back a couple of years, but still I think it's a good, taste of what ENE does. So the video is coming up.
They inspire each other and raise the bar as regards quality, relevance, and attractiveness of vocational training. The centers develop a culture of learning from each other and provide regular feedback and continuous improvement. They identify practices that can be shared and transferred across borders. In other words, it is about helping everyone becoming excellent. How does this work in practice? In a nutshell, we build joint projects, what we call developmental partnership or sub-initiatives, to foster innovation through the involvement of all actors on key thematic areas of excellence. We create peer learning environments to explore and test innovative practices. We make resources available online to showcase examples of innovation. Our vision is that through the network, we can and should develop regions by connecting their skills ecosystems to the wider world. Through their joint work, the members of the network can influence policy through experience and practice, and inspire policymakers with solutions to drive change. Do join the community of the ETF Network for Excellence. This is the place for you to connect and cooperate with organizations facing the same challenges in the whole globe. Whatever the case, it is worth it. Together, we can inspire change. Let's excel together.
I believe you recognize the face on the video, yeah? So, Maria Vittoria.
Thank you. Thank you, Yorgos. Good afternoon, everyone. It's so good to be together after so many meetings in Teams and WebEx and all the rest. So we are here now to talk about entrepreneurship and what we have done together in the last 2 years. But we start with a short video and then we comment it together. Thank you. So yes, before we start talking about our partnership, I would like to spend a couple of words of what is entrepreneurship for us at ETF, how we understand that. For us, entrepreneurship is linked to creating value. And this value is not only financial, can also be cultural, can be for societies, can be for people, and can also be for our wallets, that for sure, but not only. In that respect, we believe that being entrepreneurial is a competence that each one of us should have. Each one of us should be entrepreneurial. Not entrepreneur, but entrepreneurial. What does this mean? And here we link to the European Commission key competence framework and EntreComp in particular, that you can find in the website of our partnership. What does it mean to be entrepreneurial? Being entrepreneurial means to identify opportunities. Wherever you work, in a ministry, in a private company, in your family, in a school, everywhere. It also means to identify resources that can make happen a new idea that will create value. So creating value through ideas, resources, but then you also need to pass into action. It's not only about thinking, it's also about doing. So all this is what you can find as trainers and educators in EntreComp, so a way to learn. Being entrepreneurial is something you can learn. It's something that everyone can learn. The sooner, the better. But then, why is entrepreneurship important then? So for us in ETF, entrepreneurship is linked to be employable. How? To do what exactly? We identified three main areas. The first one is the most immediate one, which is to become an entrepreneur. You set up your business and you do business. But the second one, which is very, very important for our VET graduates, is to be self-employed. If you are entrepreneurial, self-employed person, you will probably be much more efficient in your work. You will be more productive and you will have probably a better life. And then, the last but not least, for us, being entrepreneurial means that every one of us in our jobs have this entrepreneurial mindset, that we spot opportunities, we spot where resources are, and despite all the constraints, despite all the difficulties, we try to add value. Value to what we do in doing our curricula, maybe in doing our partnership, always with an element of innovation. Having said all that, then we wondered ourselves, how can a center of vocational excellence promote all this? Okay? And we reflected a lot, and then we came to the conclusion that teaching and learning are very important to promote entrepreneurship as a key competence. But we also realized that this is not enough, meaning that a center of excellence must behave in an entrepreneurial way at all levels. What does this mean? It means that everyone working in the school must have this entrepreneurial approach, from the receptionist to the teachers, to the director of finance, everyone in the school. The students must feel that everyone is moving towards innovation, towards finding ideas and adding value. So we started by developing a concept around 4 areas. What is an entrepreneurial center of excellence? So the first area is about organizational processes, setting vision, setting strategies in an entrepreneurial way. Secondly, of course, teaching and learning processes. This remains at the heart of a school, of a center of vocational excellence. The third area, very important, is how a school reacts with the ecosystem. There are many stakeholders around the school, not only enterprises, very important, there are communities, there are families, there are NGOs, there are fragile groups. All of them can benefit from entrepreneurship. And the fourth area is about inventing new products, new services, new way of teaching, new training delivery modes. So we developed this concept. We are very proud of this. We will say a few words also later about that. But then we said theory is not enough. We said we want to support certain CoVEs to implement certain action in order to become more entrepreneurial. And as ETF, we mobilized coaches that were following individual school to implement new activities, new ways of working. So you can well understand it was a collective exercise. And as such, I think this must be a collective presentation. So I stop here, and I would like now to give the floor to my very dear colleagues with whom we have been working very well together in the last 2 years. And I would like to start with Azizaga from Azerbaijan. Azizaga, if you would like to share with colleagues how being part of this partnership has helped your school in Azerbaijan to become more entrepreneurial. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Victoria. First of all, I would like to thank you and our ETF colleagues for their kind support. Actually, as a center, as you know, we joined this CoVEs 2022. By joining this CoVEs network, it is also a privilege to us that we got a chance to improve our capacities, as well as our colleagues' capacities. And we also have got a chance to participate in coaching sessions, also some webinars, which is very beneficial for us, for our future development. And coaching session also gave us important consulting session, which we use it in our daily and future programs. And we also have got a chance to participate some practical activities. For example, I also mentioned that our one of achievement after joining this CoVEs, we signed the memorandum with Fruit and Vegetable Institute of Azerbaijan Republic, which they also support us to separate for a land to do their agricultural activities. And this is also beneficial for our students' practical activities. And in future, also we are already started. In future, we are planning to organize their seedlings. And by doing this activity, we also benefit our center. Yes, this is kind of our success.
Thank you.
I am very thankful for all of our coaches, Mr. Radmil and Sadagat Khanum also, as well as Cardet organization for their kind support, because without your support, we couldn't motivate it and doing such kind of works. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Azizaga. From Azerbaijan, we now move to the Republic of Moldova with Cezara. This is a bit the same question. If you would like to share with colleagues how being part of this partnership made your school more entrepreneurial. Thank you, Cezara.
Hello to everyone. First of all, I want to say that it may sound strange, but initially we looked skeptically at the necessity of development entrepreneurial skills for a Center of Excellence with an economic profile. But subsequently, completing the self-assessment tool, we discovered that we have many things to improve. And because of excellent teaching, it doesn't not mean that you are really an entrepreneurial CoVEs. This project guided us step by step, helping us to set our objective, to draw up operational plans, containing concrete actions suggested by experts with a great experience in this field. This helped us visibly increase our entrepreneurial performance. Apart from the fact that we managed to develop and implement income generation activities, most the important thing in our opinion is that this project helped us to create an ecosystem in a field of entrepreneurship made up of experts from Cardet, colleagues from Morocco, Georgia, Azerbaijan, from Tunisia. Thank you very much, ETF, for bringing us together and creating favorable conditions for continuous exchange of best practices in order to promote entrepreneurship among VET institutions. Multitude brings progress, and only together we can succeed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ETF.
Thank you, Cesara. Very nice words. And now we move to Morocco with Najib. Thank you. The same question. How the project has been helping ESIT? Thank you.
Yes, nice to take the floor from the table. And I can see some of the people who have been with us in this adventure for the last month. I speak on behalf of ESIT, École supérieure des industries du textile habillement. We are based in Casablanca and we specialize in industrial management, textiles, supply chain management through 4 programs: engineering, masters, bachelors, and technicians. We are part of the family of Centers of Excellence now for maybe more than 2 years. And maybe if I can take 2 hours to speak about the adventure, is it possible? Or just 5?
Najib can speak for 2 hours, yes.
But I go straight to the point concerning this side of entrepreneurship. So sometimes you think that you are doing things very well and that you are a star, but there comes a moment when you realize that you really have many things to learn. And this is what happened with this experience. And the first, let's say the first step was the self-assessment tool that we use in order to self-diagnose ourselves. And this self-assessment tool, of course, was sent to us and provided to us by the experts mobilized by ETF. So that was the start. And this is where we saw ourselves in the mirror, and we were able to identify where we are weak at and what are our strengths. Of course, we discovered some strengths, but we were also surprised that we have many things to improve. So we started this journey, if you like, at a macro level first, seeing things from a bird eye view, but with the coaching sessions, things became more serious, because at this time we were face-to-face with the coaches. Of course, Cardet and Marinos, who is with us, was the star in doing that job with us. So with the coaches, with the coaching sessions, we managed to improve and to get each time better and better. Of course, that was not an easy journey, because sometimes we were in a crisis. We say, this is something that maybe we can't do, but with the listening skills of the coaches and the ETF experts, we were able to, if you like, to reborn, to start all over again and invent products and services. And this is one of the things we did also. And also many reflections on the internationalization, which we discovered with Professor Radmin present here. Very robust coach also, I thank you for that. So all in all, because I think Maria Victoria wants me to stop speaking, all in all, that was wonderful, and I recommend this experience to any center who has ambitions and to go forward as an entrepreneurial center. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Najib. I would like also to mention that Georgia and Tunisia were part of the partnership. I would like also to mention that we were supported as ETF by a very strong project management company, Cardet, represented here by Marinos. Marinos, would you like to add something out of your view over the 5 centers in the 2 years where you think that we added more value? They are telling me we need to be short. I'm saying this to all the remaining speakers.
Okay, I will. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, I will do that. My name is Marinos. I'm representing Cardet Cyprus, a subcontractor in this very interesting project. First of all, we have to clarify what is an impact. So we're talking about the impact of this project. Impact is about influence. So if the question is if the CoVEs they have an impact, I would definitely answer yes, because it influences their practices, their activities, and more importantly, their mindset. I don't want to go into more details of the impact in the different sectors, in the internationalization, in the digitalization processes, on the SDGs and women entrepreneurship, on the business startups, which were some of the main pillars that we'll cover in the project. But what I want to say and highlight is the overall impact and influence that has to the CoVEs. First of all, I will say that this particular project gave the opportunity to these CoVEs and spark a wave of reflection through the reflection tool process. In addition, the CoVEs, they had the opportunity to share practices through the sharing sessions, but most importantly was the coaching sessions, the two last steps, where we develop coaching sessions based on their needs, tailor-made based on their needs, based on their strength and their, at the end of the day, their choices. So that's a short remark by my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, so impact. We really wanted to support the CoVEs to implement change. And we thought that coaching in a very individualized way was the best approach. So we have here with us Radmil. He was one of our coaches. And Radmil, would you like to share a bit what was in it, in your opinion, different from other techniques like webinars, peer learning, study visit? What is it different in coaching that can help change to happen? Thank you.
Thank you, but first something different. This is funded by the European Union. What does it mean? This is the investment that European Commission is doing for the CoVEs, actually it's for you. The similar did it for me 2005 year. So I'm with ETF almost 20 years. And please embrace this, because really help. That guide me and bring me to the 2-3 level ups. The second one, why we are here? First word is internationalization. What does it mean? Making networks. What I've done this morning, I put invitation in LinkedIn to 25 persons that were not in my group here. I received 15, and I am challenging all of you, you have my name here, to make invitation, and I will accept that. Why? Because you will have strong partner in North Macedonia for the next project. In these 5 hours, we already discussed 3 possibilities for the next projects. So that's why this is excellent. That's why you should use these opportunities. And coaching. Coaching is learning process. I learn more for 5 countries in this process, and I'm sure that I have good partners for the next projects in these countries. So now we all become friends. And we said that next coaching process should start with face-to-face visits in the vet centers in order to learn about the needs. And that is much easier to guide the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Radmil. But our journey is not finished. So the Entrepreneurial CoVEs partnership will continue for another 2 years. And here there are maybe good news for newcomers. But for this one, I will ask my colleagues to put on a PowerPoint and Ian to tell us what's in it for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria Vittoria. Well, hello everybody. My name is Ian Otero. I'm also a human capital development expert here in ETF. Have been working with the entrepreneurship partnership from the beginning. It's one of the areas that I personally love to work, so I'm very happy to be here to talk about this. What do we think about the next year? We have a very brief presentation for this. Basically, we have 6 main milestones that we need to reach next year. The first one, we want to define a new group of members in the partnership. This means we will ask those who are already currently in the partnership if they want to remain. And even if all of them want to remain, we will still have places available for new centers of vocational excellence who want to become more entrepreneurial, who wants to join us in this journey. So please, if you are interested, please let us know, get in touch. We will, by the beginning of the next year, try to define this as fast as possible. The second point, we will finalize the framework and the specific self-assessment tool that we have for entrepreneurship. This will be done by the end of first trimester. In the second trimester, and this is maybe one of the most important points, we want to develop a specific tool that we are calling an ecosystem engagement tool. What's the objective? Is to help centers of vocational excellence first to identify who are the important actors in their ecosystem in a broad range of categories, not only companies, not only government, but a broad range of categories, including NGOs, including research institutions, and etc. The second objective is to prioritize who are the most important ones, and the third object would be to act, to be able to generate cooperation agreements and partnership with those specific actors. So this is a tool that we will be developing in the next year. After that, we will continue with the coaching sessions. So the first trimester, the first 2 trimesters, the first 6 months, it's very much focused from the perspective of the schools. How do we help the schools? How do we learn? And we help them. In the second semester, we change a little bit the tone. We go more for the policymakers. And here's the moment where we want to say, we learn from the bottom, we learn from the schools, from the teachers, from the experience. We produce the policy brief on Entrepreneurial CoVEs. And we want to, of course, to share, to make this public. And finally, by the end of the year, we want to have what we are calling an entrepreneurship policy hackathon. What's the idea of this hackathon? Put together schools and policymakers and design policies that achieve the goals of the schools and the policymakers together. This is a point that for us, and it's very crucial. We need to bridge the experience of the centers of vocational excellence with the experience of the policymakers and find common solutions. One point that we constantly talk about is the aspects of autonomy, and we discussed this in another session. For entrepreneurship, it's the same thing. If you don't have autonomy to be entrepreneurial, you will not be entrepreneurial. So the point is, how can we solve this? So we already know for a fact that the next year in the policy hackathon, we will be discussing this point, most likely. So, what we need, new teams, and each CoVEs will be asked to provide 3 people as a team, no longer 1 person per CoVEs, but 3 people from the CoVEs. We will have 2 different tools, the policy brief and the ecosystem tool. The coaching will be between February and May, because we understood that this is the best time for the CoVEs to have coaching. And finally, the policy hackathon. So here is a request, an invitation for you. If you're interested, please let us know. Get in touch with us, and we will be very happy to talk to you. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, all members of the team. The time is over, but please get in touch with us if you want to know more about what we have been doing, and more specifically, if you want to join us. But now there is something very special.
Okay, yes. It's work. This is...
Allora, first of all, many thanks to the three guys. You really respected the time in such a challenging, actually, topic, which I think is of great interest. I'm a fan of entrepreneurship, so I'm a groupie of the topic. Allora, someone told me that today is the birthday of someone else. Someone with a name starting from an N, no?
We said we should take care about the ecosystem. So the representative from Macedonian Ministry is Nadica Kostovska. Let's join us. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Nadica. Happy birthday to you. That's why how you can keep your ecosystem close to you.
I have several wishes. I will punish him later. I have several wishes, okay, and one is definitely achieving the excellence in my private life, in my community life, and in vet. So thank you very much for all this.
Okay, and now it's me again. Coffee break, served outside. Let's try to be super quick. Let's try to use 20 minutes. We bring the coffee and the cookies back. We have the last hour on digital, and then we are free. Coffee break. Okay. Allora, are you still alive? Yes, good. Can you actually take a seat, all of you, including the one at the very end? Okay, can we actually all take a seat? Okay, allora, okay, someone put the invisible spray on me, so this is why. Okay, allora, if we can just, before we actually restart, we are moving to the final part of our day together, and we still have to deal with this issue of a partnership, right? I'm looking under the supervision of Filippo and Fabio, but from a digital perspective, right? Okay, then, if I ask you, and you have only 1 minute for this task, to discuss within actually your group, what is partnership for you in 1 word? I just want a post-it by table. What is it? Also for us to understand how much is close to your heart. Take a sec, take it from your centerpiece. Okay, then what is partnership for you? Did you get it? What is partnership for you? You just write, you see it's done. Just one by table, eh? You have to agree in something by table. And don't write on the red and green papers, that we will use it tomorrow. What is partnership for you? You have to write what is, c'est quoi le partenariat pour vous dans un mot par table. Merci. Okay, did you all agree? And here? Allora. Ma no, you have 30 seconds. It's not the time to discuss. It's just to kick off the following session. Okay, discuss, done. Ok, we do a quick tour. Allora, no, qua c'è troppo. Con cosa posso fare? Allora, listen to me, follow me. Shh. Okay, can we have a quick tour of the wording? This table?
Opportunity, efficiency.
Opportunity and efficiency.
Co-creation.
Ciao, I come late.
Win-win, win-win.
Win-win, opportunity, efficiency.
We are trying to decide because we have many words.
Okay, many words from here. Here? Oh wow, doing things better, and look the creative group. If I had a cup, it was for you. Okay?
Development.
And sharing. Okay?
People with common goal.
And with birthday today, in your case, okay?
There she has.
Collaboration and trust.
Opportunity, efficiency, collaboration, trust, win-win. Aspetta, because I'm an old lady, I don't read. Until that, I come.
Dynamic.
Okay, because it was actually, he showed me post-it plenty of words and then dynamic. So okay, last but not least.
And we specified it in 3 S: connection, communication, and collaboration.
Okay, it's all with co in this group. Okay, then I think that we are all on board for partnership, and this is done as well. Allora, Yorgos, shall I pass the floor to you, because then you have a hidden agenda. Remember, the time finish at 5. Sorry, Filippo.
Thank you. There is a bit of a hidden agenda here. So, ETF, it's a European training foundation, European agency that works with countries outside the EU. The more we work with countries outside the EU, the more we get and we see examples that deserve more attention. So we have a request from Mr. Abdelhakim Haddafi, who is the regional director in Morocco, responsible for vets. He wants the floor for 3 minutes, so we'll be a bit flexible and offer this time before we go to the last session.
Merci. Je me présente, je suis Abdelhakim Hadafi, je suis le directeur régional de l'Office de la formation professionnelle de la promotion de l'emploi sur la région Fès-Meknès. Donc je suis parmi vous avec deux de mes collègues, Sir Douri et Madame Sloa, qui sont respectivement directeurs d'établissement et de complexe. Je suis très heureux aujourd'hui d'être là. J'ai énormément appris avec vous depuis ce matin. De toute façon, depuis une petite réunion qu'on a eue avec Madame Maria hier. Et je voudrais vous parler de notre institution et de partager avec vous quelques éléments d'expérience. L'Office de la formation professionnelle de la promotion de l'emploi est le premier opérateur de formation professionnelle publique au Maroc. Donc, c'est un établissement qui a une autonomie financière et morale, qui est géré de manière collégiale avec un conseil d'administration où siègent l'État, les entreprises et les salariés. Il y a deux établissements de ce genre au Maroc. C'est l'Office et la CNSS, la caisse, la caisse qui s'occupe de tout ce qui est social. C'est l'Office au niveau national, c'est à peu près 1 demi-million de stagiaires. C'est plus de 10 000 collaborateurs. C'est plus de 400 établissements de formation sur le territoire. Et c'est plus de 460 filières de formation. De manière brève, nous accompagnons à peu près 33 pays frères d'Afrique et nous avons une collaboration avec une trentaine de pays à travers le monde en dehors des pays africains. Alors ça c'est l'Office. Je voudrais parler de notre expérience en termes d'excellence opérationnelle. Alors vous savez que je partage avec vous ce qui se passe dans mon pays. Donc en 2019, il y avait une instruction royale pour réformer la formation professionnelle. Et donc on a travaillé sur une feuille de route validée par les plus hautes instances du pays, en l'occurrence la Majesté. Et donc dans cette feuille de route, il y a 5 axes. Je vais parler de 2 principaux, le premier et le deuxième. Le premier axe, c'est la mise à niveau du dispositif existant. Et le deuxième axe, c'est la création d'une nouvelle génération d'établissements de formation professionnelle que nous avons appelés les cités des métiers et des compétences. Donc, c'est des campus de formation professionnelle implantés dans chaque région. Donc, nous avons 12 régions au Maroc. Nous avons 12 cités implantées de par le territoire. Donc, ces cités sont venues pour répondre et pour travailler sur un ancrage territorial de la formation professionnelle. Donc, leur carte de formation est définie avec les professionnels de la région, avec les politiciens de la région et avec l'État au niveau de la région. Et donc, c'est une réponse au plus proche du territoire. Et donc, chaque cité comprend des secteurs pas exactement il ne peut pas être exactement les mêmes dans toutes les régions. Par exemple, au niveau de ma région, nous avons l'industriel, l'artisanat, la santé, l'agroalimentaire, l'agriculture et j'en passe. Dans d'autres régions, vous allez trouver la pêche, vous allez trouver d'autres secteurs. Donc ça, c'est... Et le premier axe, et c'est pour ça que nous avons développé l'excellence opérationnelle, qui est la mise à niveau. Donc l'excellence opérationnelle était venue pour accompagner cette mise à niveau-là. Et donc, on a mis en place tout un travail un peu semblable à ce que vous avez présenté ce matin, avec 4 grandes familles à surveiller, qui sont l'offre de formation, les espaces pédagogiques, le capital humain et les outils de gestion, la gouvernance et les outils de gestion. Avec des peu près 76 critères. 76 critères. Donc nous sommes un peu plus larges. Et nous classons les établissements en 5 catégories. Une catégorie que nous allons appeler A, B, C, D, E, donc de critique jusqu'à exemplaire. Et donc chaque établissement s'auto-évalue pour par la suite mettre en place un plan d'action et travailler sur l'amélioration continue. C'était un travail qui a été fait de manière inclusive, qui a été fait avec le terrain, pour le terrain. Donc je pense que j'ai consommé les 3 minutes. Il reste encore. Et donc, je disais que c'était un travail inclusif qui a permis un peu à toute l'équipe du terrain de critiquer le système, de l'améliorer, et il est évolutif. À chaque fois, on revient pour revoir les critères en fonction de leur applicabilité sur le terrain. Donc voilà un peu, c'est très bref, c'est très... J'aurais aimé, mon association aurait aimé nous consacrer peut-être dans la rencontre prochaine une intervention complète pour vous présenter un peu ce que nous faisons et partager notre expérience. Je voudrais aussi parler de l'orientation professionnelle. Et donc, dans ce sens-là, nous sommes en train de mettre en place dans chaque établissement de formation ce que nous appelons les centres d'orientation professionnelle, avec une professionnalisation de ce système pour accompagner les jeunes depuis le statut de prospect, de chercheur d'une formation, jusqu'à le statut de lauréat ou d'entrepreneur par la suite, en fonction de son choix. Merci à vous.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Mr. Gaddafi. It was outside our regular program, but I think it deserved some attention, and I'm sure colleagues were taking notes on how we could better cooperate. Back to the regular flow of the program. So, Filippo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the last session of the day. I'll try to be as quick as possible, particularly concerning my presentation. It's a double session. We will cover DGN, which is a sub-initiative of ENE, and we will cover the case of best practice of the Vocational Excellence of Moldova. So DGN is one of the partnership of ENE. We are focused on sharing and discussing best practices in the area of digital teaching and learning. Okay, so what did we do? It actually was an initiative open to all the Center of Excellence of ENE, so it was not a partnership. We didn't have a small group of centers, but it was open to all the members of the, of the network. We had between 100 and 150 participants for each of the different webinars. We had 4 webinars on initial education, digital content, teachers, digital competences, digital pedagogies, mentoring method, and we had 5 development projects in Moldova, Azerbaijan, Georgia, South Africa, and Mozambique. We also had 2 webinars this year on lifelong learning, so how to integrate digital teaching and learning in lifelong learning. I don't spend more time on... Yeah, I don't spend more time... For tomorrow, I don't spend more time on this because you can find everything on the following link, so you don't not only find the information, but you actually find the recording of the webinars, the recording of the learning pills, which are mini training that we have delivered for the development project. So even if you didn't manage to participate to the DGN sub-initiative until now, you can catch up by watching everything that we have produced until now. Okay, we have 8 key messages that we have drawn out of our experience. It's objective. These are key messages identified by us, but I think they are important. I will go very quick. The first one is that countries only apparently follow similar trajectories in introducing digital teaching and learning in education. I have a problem with the... Okay, move to the second one. The second one is countries actually going in quite opposite directions following the end of a pandemic. A group of countries going all in and a group of countries going all out. Okay, so there are several reasons why a group of countries actually went all in with the introduction of digitalization and teaching and learning in education. The most likely one is that the countries which had pre-pandemic experience in introducing the digital teaching and learning as complementary tools to in-classroom education use the opportunities of the pandemic to systematize and to accelerate the introduction of these reforms. The countries which did not have experiences before the pandemic actually focus mainly on surviving the situation through distance learning tools, which would be Zoom or others, where they actually use the same frontal lesson they were using before, and when the pandemic ended, they went back to more traditional type of teaching. There's a number of evidence that you can also find on the publication which is linked here. For example, 40% of the digital platforms which were established during the pandemic, they're now not running anymore, or they're not updated anymore. In the publication, you'll find a lot of additional data that shows actually for many countries, once the pandemic was over, the priority was not important anymore. Third, the digital pedagogies are just powered up versions of innovative pedagogies. They have been carving out an increasing role in education for a long time. So education system and teachers which have effectively introduced innovative pedagogies are making the most of the new opportunities offered by the digital tools. So for teachers who already had innovative pedagogies implemented in the classroom, the digital tools were actually something they were hoping for, they were waiting for. So as soon as they came out, they were very eager to use them. While for teachers who were mainly used frontal lessons, they didn't really represent an opportunity, but a challenge. And in most cases, they were not actually introducing them. So for us, it makes no sense to invest in introducing digital teaching and learning in education systems which are not trying to reform the overall pedagogical approach. The area where digital pedagogies are really impacting the learning experience is in students' engagement. Cambierò loro? Molto meglio. Grazie mille. So basically, one of the biggest challenges when you wanted to use the normal innovative pedagogies was the limit from the size of the classroom, the number of students, the timing where you were spending in the classroom with the students, and that's one of the areas where clearly digital pedagogies have introduced a potential change. Next slide. Teachers are the backbone of any digital education strategy. It comes without saying. The teachers are the backbone of any education strategy. Next slide. The challenge to expand engagement of teachers beyond the innovators and early adopters is the main problem. You have a percentage like 20–30% of teachers who immediately buy in the new approaches, but you have 70–80% who do not. So this is the first main challenge. The second challenge I would like to focus on is breaking through the barriers of the teachers' isolationism. Teachers are mostly used to work with their students in their classroom, with their content, instead of actually working in groups. Next slide. Digital content means many different things. It is crucial to develop a common language. What does digital content mean? Sometimes we don't even show in the same context that we're talking about the same thing. When we went to Moldova, we discussed with two different stakeholders. One said we basically have almost nothing in terms of digital content, and another said we are fine with digital content, with everything. And it's not that they knew what they were talking about, it's just that they referred to different topics. Next slide. So it's important to develop a clear taxonomy of what digital content is, how it is used, how it is shared, and how it is quality assured. Next slide. We'll skip this. Next slide. This is just an example of taxonomy. You will receive the presentation, so you can go through it. It's just an example that I've made up, but it's important that a taxonomy is developed by each country so that they understand what it means, especially when they have to develop quality assurance mechanisms. The real added value of digital content is in sharing. So one of the intrinsic characteristics of digital content is that you can share it, edit, build on it, use content developed by others. And this is something that is very important to focus on. So any digitalization reform has to put at its core an increased interaction among schools, teachers, and students. Otherwise, it's not really effective. Next slide. Students could and should play a crucial role in the production, editing, and validation of digital content. Next slide. You can do it in several ways. Students can search and cluster materials from the internet, co-create textbook together with the teachers, develop and teaching material under the supervision of a teacher, develop learning material for themselves and other students. It's very important. It really activates students, but it cannot be done out of the blue. I mean, the competences and the attitude of students to actually be able to do it have to be built on from the first year of primary education. So it's not something that you can start only at secondary education. It's too late. You can do it with a minor group of students, but otherwise it's too difficult. Presentation is over. Just one mention on 2024 activities. We would like to move from being an initiative open to everybody to create our own partnership with a small group of Centers of Excellence, which are already, let's say, excellent specifically on this topic, and then to create our own toolkit and material that can be shared with the group. Without hesitation, we move to the first panel. So I invite Fabio Mascimbeni, our colleague, Ms. Obadia Liuba from Chaiti, Anna Jorbelidze from Georgia, Mr. Simfui Westurman from South Africa, and we would like to also invite Ms. Olivia Machel, but we had a bureaucratic problem with the visa. Olivia will contribute through a video to this session. Okay, you have 4 minutes. You have to be stick in 4 minutes. The first question. So we would like now to focus with two of them, with Fabio and Ms. Liuba, on two specific topics. While for the other participants, we would like to ask something out of what they've learned, what are the most important elements they've taken from their own development project they've implemented in the context of ENE. So the first question is from Fabio. Fabio is our ETF leading expert on digital teaching and learning and innovation. One of the areas of expertise is open educational resources, so we would like to ask him what they are and why they could potentially have a revolutionary value.
Thank you, Filippo. Actually, I had the pleasure of being involved in DGN in all those webinars and visits and discussions from a very privileged point of view. I was playing the expert, so Filippo was doing most of the work. I was just advising and fishing for common things. Some of you said before, partnership is about sharing. So it's about finding solutions, possibly few solutions, because we don't have unlimited resources, to common problems. And now you heard a lot about content. Now, DGN decided to focus on content precisely because from the first webinars, content was coming out all the times. So what do we need? We need content, we need engaging content, we need different kinds of content. And at the same time, if you look, we don't have the time now, but I suggest I invite you to look at the link that Filippo showed before, at the 5 selected development projects. All those projects stand and have been selected because they stand in a tension between inclusion, all of them, and innovation. And that's the understanding of DGN, of excellence. So you cannot be excellent just because you're super innovative, you're doing fantastic things, and you're forgetting inclusion. And actually, we started to discuss, including face-to-face in Moldova a couple of weeks ago, what could be an individual solution, a single solution for this. And I think I used already half of my time, but the solution is open educational resources. I don't know how many of you have heard this term before. If I say open educational resources, OER, okay. So it's very simple. So it's applying open licenses, Creative Commons licenses as an example, to educational content of any kind. And this is obviously decreasing the cost, is obviously facilitating access. Now, I could talk forever on this, but I won't, I promise. But then the other thing, it can actually trigger a lot of innovation. Somebody mentioned before co-creation. Now, I bet you to co-create on a textbook. It's very difficult. You need to, how can you do it? I mean, even if you're very creative, it's very complicated. Imagine an educator working with an open textbook online and allowing students and colleagues to comment, improve, and update on the way. And this is totally feasible, and it's almost at zero cost. So when we were discussing these things, we had actually a webinar on open education resources last week with more than 700 registered participants and a lot of discussions. This is something which is not so known, but can actually trigger a lot this dynamic between innovation and inclusion and access. And this is one of the, let's say, nice dynamics that I've seen in DGN, something coming from the community, being discussed within some excellence centers, and then becoming a point on the agenda for next year of the community work. So, viva DGN.
Bravo. Thank you very much for fitting the time. The next question is from Ms. Luba. Ms. Luba is the Deputy Director of the Center for Informatics and Information Technologies in Moldova. SAIT is one of the 13 Center of Excellence created. We will talk about them soon after this panel. She will have a lot to say about the digitalization, but we asked her to focus on the Moodle platform that they're using for the implementation of all their programs in the Center of Excellence.
Здравствуйте. Я очень рада вас приветствовать в этом зале. Для меня огромное удовольствие. В первый раз я присутствую на таком мероприятии. И спасибо организаторам, что они пригласили нас увидеть, поделиться нашим опытом в области применения платформы Moodle. Немного о нашем заведении. У нас учатся более 1800 студентов, и у нас 115 преподавателей. Платформу Moodle мы применили с 2017 года, но большинство преподавателей было только те, что по специальности, то есть преподаватели общеобразовательных курсов не применяли эти платформы. Но так как все мы знаем, что в 2019 началась пандемия, мы стали перед задачей, как управлять воспитательным процессом на протяжении учебного года. И поэтому мы применили одну платформу Moodle, но так как у нас много студентов, она не выдерживала всего количество студентов, и поэтому мы применили две платформы. Их можно запускать с сайта, то есть все студенты, они знают, как начинать работу. Я вам представлю общие, только одну из них, они идентичны, и поэтому, если посмотреть все курсы, я здесь покажу, что у нас в колледже есть 9 кафедр, и здесь видно, что на каждой кафедре каждый преподаватель имеет свой курс. Вот первая кафедра, вторая кафедра и так далее. Я как замдиректора имею право просматривать курсы каждого преподавателя и какие там ресурсы, экзамены и все остальное. И каждый заведующий кафедры имеет право проверять содержимое курса своих преподавателей на курс. В начале 1 сентября или в начале семестра каждый преподаватель добавляет своих студентов к курсу, и уже студент, когда входит в эту платформу, он уже видит, какие у него курсы будут в этом семестре. Я покажу, вот как выглядит мой курс. Здесь есть введение, и здесь представлена общая информация про курс. Даже оставила линк для того, что если нужно будет онлайн, они всегда не будут искать меня, как мы соберемся, но при этом при помощи этого мы сможем связываться. Дальше, если по каждой теме у нас есть определенные ресурсы, даже если показать, они как бы идентичны. Вот я взяла обычный курс. Первое, что есть, это презентация PowerPoint, которая доступна на протяжении всего семестра. Он может открывать, может копировать студент все, что ему нужно. Здесь есть и теоретический материал, есть и практические задания, примеры, которые он может просматривать, сколько ему нужно. И дальше по этой же теме можно просматривать, есть, чтобы узнать фидбэк от студентов, есть специальный ресурс урок, который разрешает, то есть здесь добавлены вопросы, и они отвечают на вопросы. Конечно, есть и другие ресурсы, которые практические задания, которые он должен выполнять, и это все проверяемо. Отсюда начинаются какие-то задания, и я все это могу просматривать, каждый студент, что он выполнил на этом уроке. И в конце урока уже есть и контрольная работа, которую я даю разрешение в определенный момент, когда это запланировано. Также я могу просматривать сколько у меня учеников на этом курсе. У меня их добавили, они 66 вот здесь учеников. И здесь видно, когда они последний раз были на этом курсе. Их можно сортировать по тому, кто последний был, когда последний раз. Вот единственный студент был 16 дней назад. Остальные 9 дней, 2 дня и так далее. Я даже могу просматривать, каждый студент может увидеть свои оценки. И здесь вот я могу посмотреть, он может просмотреть все свои оценки на протяжении всего курса. Здесь не все заполнено, потому что курс еще не закончен, он до декабря месяца. Также можно просматривать, что он выполнил, то есть свою работу, все ресурсы, которые он, эти файлы он никогда не просматривал. Если есть какие-то, здесь урок, он сделал 100%, квиз, опять же, выполнил, получил оценку 6. Я могу даже просматривать все оценки всех учеников. Здесь выходит, есть таблица, в которой я просматриваю все оценки по определенным, что они должны были выполнить. Если кто-то не выполнил, я на уроке делаю замечание, что у тебя еще остались какие-то задолженности. В конце семестра он обязан выполнить все задачи, и потом выставляется оценка. Также при помощи платформы Moodle мы, как образцовый центр в области информатики и информационных технологий, у нас выпускные экзамены тоже проходят через эту платформу, и к этой платформе подключаются 14 профессиональных школ профессионалей и 8 колледжей подключаются, потому что они имеют такие же программы, как у нас, по IT-программам. Спасибо.
Impressive. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just to mention something, they do the exam online, while in general education they still do it on paper. So for once, that is much better. Okay, so for the other two speakers who have been involved in development projects under DGN, we would like to ask general questions, and we leave the door open for you to tell us what you prefer. So what is the biggest added value that the introduction of digital teaching and learning is bringing to your Center of Excellence? And what is the next step, the next development on which you're working on or plan to work in the future?
Okay, thank you first of all for this opportunity to join this final conference. You know, I'm old-fashioned way, I prefer face-to-face communication, so that's a good opportunity for me. Well, I'll speak about digital learning and teaching. I'll try to be very brief. you might all know that we are living in the era of technologies. Everything is rapid right now. And students that are coming to our college, they want to get profession fast, and they want to get employed super fast. What's the way out? The way out is to, the easiest way passes on the digital teaching. COVID pandemic period showed that there is an opportunity for digital studying. It's true that we are not ready for that, and it's been challenging, full of challenges, and it's even challenging right now, even though we don't have online teaching right now. But with DGN and now with the Skills Agency of Georgia, we began to digitalize the material resources. I will try to highlight the aspects of the important teaching, important digital teaching. The first is full-time access to materials. Our college is a media and TV art college, and it's unique because there's only one college in Georgia who teaches TV reporting, journalism, photography, and so on. And students are mostly coming from whole country. And whenever they are coming to the capital, they are not coming just for the studying, they are coming to work too. So it's very important for them to have an accessibility all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days in a week. So it gives students complete flexibility how and where they are going to study from. The second one is the better engagement. Students are more interested in digital technologies, and digital analysis help us, educational institutions, to get a better understanding of the engagement of the students. We can quickly pick up on it if student is becoming disengaged or he or she is ill. The third aspect is personalized learning. Digital learning and digital materials, in our case, is not helping students and teachers to get a better understanding of the most effective teaching methods for them, helping the delivery of teaching and learning to be more effective. The fourth one is preparation for the work. Digital materials and engagement methods can be a great way to prepare students for working life, both in the technology that they are using and also in the ability to learn how to use new digital tools. And the last aspect is building peer communities. Younger people, especially generation Gen Z, as we know them, feel more comfortable sharing with peer online rather than face-to-face, whenever it's simply through community, chat groups, or a more structured learning environment. And if we look up the statistics we had during the COVID pandemic period, online classes were much more engaged than the on-site teaching. So, you know, I have that feeling that nowadays students value time much more than I do, for example. And whenever I'm going to the library in our college, I see like less and less students inside. And whenever I'm asking them why aren't you in the library, they are saying that, oh, I have Googled it, I can read it online. So that's the real face, how it's changing. And even though our teaching method is called learning by doing, we do understand that not everything can be digitalized, but at least theoretical classes can, so we are on it. And then other question was about the next steps, what we are going to do. Awareness is the first, and it's about the it's about to share and spread the information about digital competencies. The second is training teachers. Sadly or happily, most of our teachers are coming from their fields, and they are not teachers by their education. And even if we have teachers as teachers, they are mostly old-schooled. So there is a need of training in digital pedagogies. And the third one, what we are going to do is to create a digitalized material base with and for students.
And thank you very much for your contribution. Congratulations also for all the work you're doing. And our last speaker live, Mr. Sturman, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Simpiwe, and I'm coming from a college called KwaZulu-Natal Experimental College. We are based in a province in South Africa with high unemployment for the youth, which is sitting at 42%. And it's a province with which is hit by poverty and inequalities, as well as digital inequalities. And therefore, as a college, when we had this opportunity of joining the network, we had to take it because it came at a point where we were post-COVID. And during COVID, then we learned innovative ways of teaching and learning, and digitalization of our school became a priority. Since then, we have worked in terms of improving our school in terms of digitalization. We have improved our network connection at the school so that participants, together with the teachers, can be able to have access to internet with a very fast speed, which is also conducive for the number of students that we are having. We also had to work on having a server that would store data and all the training materials for the courses that we are doing, which we have installed, and all the teachers and also the participants have access on that server, and they are able to get files related to their courses. And by the way, the courses that we are offering, it's a course for preschool teachers, which is an NQF level 4 qualification on ECD, which is early childhood development. Then we are also having a course on community development. And the reason that we have actually chosen these two courses, it was based on the fact that we've identified a need for the preschool teachers to be capacitated in terms of having a qualification to teach children between the ages of 0 to 4, of which our heart is with the children. But at the same time, when we were running the course, then we also identified that for us to be able to reach the child, then we also need to reach the people surrounding the child, and therefore identify the course for community development. Those are the two courses that we are running. And the course which we are piloting, the digital learning on, it's the community development course, where the participants, they are doing community development course at a distance. And we are using, firstly, we're using Zoom and Skype, and it was not that effective for us. Then we had to change to Teams, which we found to be more user-friendly. The participants are able to use it, and also the teachers, they are also able to use Teams. One of the challenges that we are still faced with as a college is being a developing country in South Africa, we still have rural areas where internet connection is still a challenge. And therefore, some of our participants, they are not able to connect with the school because of internet. And what we have done, therefore, is to create a room at the college where they get access in using computers and be able to get materials from the server. Even when they are not able to do it at a distance when they are at home, but when they come at the college, then they have that access. And we are working on adding more computers, and we are actually going for what they call thin clients, which rely on the server for connection. So far we can say it has been a tough journey for us getting into digitalization of our school, and we have learned quite a lot, and we are still working on improving our school, and we would really love to continue with this journey up until we find ourselves being able to have systems whereby our participants, they are able to write their exams online, they are able to, of course now they are sending their assignments online, but to be in that stage where they are able to write their exams and at a distance, and you are able to also prove the authenticity of the work that they have done online. So that's what we are going for.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing your story. Thank you. I wish you the best for your project and initiative. We have worked with another country from Africa. We don't have a present here, but we can launch the video from Olivia Machel.
Hi everyone, my name is Olivia Machel. I am ADPP Mozambique Partnership Officer. I'd like to say ADPP Mozambique is a part of Humana People-to-People Network. It's a non-government organization that has 41 years operating in the area of quality of education, health, and sustainable agriculture and environment. Currently, ADPP is implementing over 60 projects across all provinces of Mozambique and benefit approximately 6 million Mozambicans each year. ADPP Mozambique, as established in 1982, has currently employed about 3,000 people. In accord of the area of education, ADPP is running 11 teachers training college, 1 higher institution, education and technology, 2 polytechnic institutions in Nampula and Sofala province. These 2 institutions provide boarding schools, and they run a youth agriculture extension work, and construction technicians. We are working on those 2 institutions with a digital platform. And the digital teaching is being of a great value in our centers, because it allows the student to be at the center of their learning without depending on the trainers or teachers, and also the textbooks that they have at the school to develop their learning and research. In another words, I can say that the student has no limit on learning. Both the subjects taught in the classrooms, theoretical, practice lessons, and all the life skills which make them more open-minded and active in their studies, and outlook in general, making them good professionals in the future. Currently, we have a digital system in use, such as a Google Classroom and the WhatsApp that we are paying to use, which is streamlining the teaching process, both for sending some contents and research, studies, and efficient interaction between the students and the teachers outside of the classrooms. Our wish is to expand the digital platform in our schools, because as you know, Mozambique is several hit by cyclones, pandemics, and this it's important for us to expand this digital platform, because the teachers and the students, they can continue having lessons using the Google Classrooms and WhatsApp. And this, it can be a big value for us if we're implementing in a good way. So thank you so much. It's a pleasure to participating in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Olivia, I'm sure she's following streaming, so I thank her for her contribution. I'd like to thank you very much, all our panelists, for these very relevant, interesting contributions. We are in a rush, so we have to move to Silvio's interview, and thank you very much again. At the second part of this lot, we will focus not anymore on a sub-initiative or a partnership which involves several countries or several centers of excellence. We focus only on one country, is Moldova. We consider Moldova a case of best practice in the area of vocational excellence, in the area of creation and implementation of the Center of Excellence in their own country. We had the pleasure to work with Silvio together with OEAD on a project CoopNet. We will not focus today on our project, we will focus on the reform. And we will ask Silvio a few questions. I think it's a very interesting examples also for other countries. And then we will move on. So Silvio is the director of VET in the Ministry of Education. He's been the main driver for the reform since 2015. So we would like to ask Silvio what was the reasoning behind the decision of establishing the 13th Center of Excellence? What were the main challenges that you wanted to address?
Yes, thank you, Filippo. Thank you for the words, good words. We are very lucky. We are very proud to be here and to present our experience. In the end of the day, when all the people think about not only on the Center of Excellence, but I will try to give you some good information to be interactive and interest for all the participants. So I will spend the time to say we are lucky because in the 2013, European Union give us opportunity to finance a budget support program. And in this budget support program, we put an indicator, we need to establish a 10 Center of Excellence. So European Union give with the money, we need to do this reform. So we established it in the two phase, 10 Center of Excellence. After that come another initiative to create another Center of Excellence. And already we move with this activity to have it 13 Center of Excellence. Our vision on this was to establish it one Center of Excellence in each of field or each of domain to have this opportunity to have the collaboration with all the sector. Will not be a news for us on Moldova because we don't have another institution of the implementation of the policy. I was in a lot of country, and when you say what is the number of the institution who give the support institution to implement the policy, and to say okay we have 10, 11, 14 and so on. In Moldova we don't have any type of institution on this, so I'm along with all the institutions. For this, we try through the Center of Excellence to promote the idea of the quality assurance of the best practices, how our colleagues, Mrs. Obada, discuss about the digital content. A lot of time we spend on this to promote and to have the good quality. And in general, our vision is like this. The Center of Excellence is the best institution who provide the training in the VET, and all the school need to learn through this Center of Excellence to be more an excellence and more than an activity. Our 11, let's say, Center of Excellence, more or less, not cover all the sector. We have it in another sector, like is pedagogy. Here we don't have a Center of Excellence, but our lucky was through the European Commission to this budget support program. We have the concrete indicator, and this helps us to take a good decision. And because this decision is not taken by me or by the ministry, it was taken by the government, by the parliament, because the name of the Center of Excellence is put in the law. The establishment of the Center of Excellence was taken by the government, and this is a big ownership for us, and we already, with all our community, need to do the best to promote this idea, if it's shortly. If I can spend one another hour to discuss.
No.
Okay.
Let's go a bit more in detail on a couple of elements that you mentioned. So you already said that the added value of the Center of Excellence for the VET sector focus on two elements. the added value on the quality of the provision. So how do they help other schools, managers and teachers? And then the added value for the governance. So how much do they help you, the ministry, and your colleagues in the ministry?
Yes, it's very interesting questions, and it's very long answer on on this. I will also give a short example of what we did with the Center of Excellence, because we try to promote the quality through the example and the concrete example. We, on all the country, one depression is the qualitative force who get out from the institutions. So for this, it's important the final exam. How to promote the final exam, to be credible, to be fiable, to be to have this ownership from the private sector, and mostly for all, it's solutions like this. We will come to the private sector, get and examine these students, and you will see what is to happen. But the private sector is not prepared for this, and you need to prepare this because it's a lot of working and spending time and so on. And for this, we promote some kind of instruments to have it, let's say, the same exam from all the qualification. And the first, let's say, example was done through the 2017 in IT, when we promote, we have the same exam from all the professional schools and from all the colleges to provide the same training. And for this, we, like a ministry, put a pressure of the institution to know the teacher need to prepare the students, because when the student will get out, we'll have the same exam in each of the institutions, and we will not have the possibility to say, okay, I not prepare like this or like that, because the final results will be the same. And this is one of the example. Like this, we promote different type of activity in different way. For example, to elaborate the curricula, teaching method, and so on, so on. So for this, we can provide another workshop to have a discussion on the best practices and the best initiative.
One of the interesting structures, governance structures, is that, correct me if I'm wrong, the Center of Excellence are responsible for one sector. And sometimes schools actually have more disciplines in there. So you don't really have an affiliation of one school to one Center of Excellence, but several departments from several schools to one Center of Excellence. How complicated is it to manage this crossing of relationship?
Yes, how to say? More or less, we are, how I mentioned, the small people. In my department, I'm me and another 4 person. So it's different what is 1 or 2 or 3 or 5. We have 90 institutions and 5 person. We need to manage with all this activity. And more or less, we we focus on the results. If we discuss about the curriculum, all the schools need to collaborate with the Center of Excellence, for example, in the automotive, with the Center of Excellence in transportation, and already to provide the results. If you discuss about IT, already Center of Excellence in IT. And was, I don't know, 2 years to do all the institutions to understood, and also from the Center of Excellence to take this ownership. And we say, okay, if you want to do this, please involve the Center of Excellence, please involve the best teachers from the schools, because also in the school we have the good masters and the good teachers. And already by activity, we give this trend from all the institutions, and already more or less we are okay with this trend. And if it will be a new initiative, our, let's say, vet sector need to already know how to need to work.
Okay. One tricky question, financing. The Center of Excellence had this sort of responsibility of a number of additional tasks in addition to deliver training. Do they receive different forms of funding formula for their activities? Do they make money through income generation? Do you have additional funds for them from different budget lines? How did you structure the financing of the Center of Excellence?
Yes, the money every time is the problem, and there's the problem when you have a workshop, a conference, and so on, you have the limited budget. So from 2016, we implement the new mechanism of funding based students. And already now we change a little this formula. We adapt it and increase more availability and more opportunity. From 2020, we with this also the budget of the how we have it in the Republic of Moldova, give to another opportunity. How we say complementary financing and financing by based projects. And for example, with the Center of Excellence in Economy and the Finance, we promote the competition, the best business plan, for example. And the Center of Excellence come with the request with the money from the ministry. Ministry take a look, approve it, give the money to the institution, and the institution already provide this competition from the students. Something like this is the example now with our new minister, Perciun, was take initiative to provide through the Center of Excellence the continued training from the teachers. And now all the Center of Excellence need to come already to the ministry to be approved the program and the number of the teachers who will be involved in this continued training. And I don't know, our task for this 10 Center of Excellence is by the middle of February to have it minimum 200 of the teachers who already take the courses for this. And also on the continued training, our Center of Excellence is not on very high performance, let's say. The more practical courses is by the Center of Excellence in IT, also because it's in IT, and they provide the IT courses and already have it, the good experience. But in another field, we approve it from the Center of Excellence, this opportunity to have the continued training from the teacher in the sector. But more or less, if the ministry don't put the pressure and don't give the money, it's happened. and for this, we already, through the, 5 or 6 years, we need time to promote this idea, to put pressure, to put the money, to establish it, to create this, possibility from everybody to understand this. And I think in the next 2 or 3 years, this activity from the continued training from the teachers, who is very important, will be more active, will be with more result and so on. And another issue also in the future, we need to concentrate in the dual training. We in the Republic of Moldova approved the new law. We have the partnership from the Chamber of Commerce. And now through the Center of Excellence, through this project from the ETF and from the Austrian Agency from Cooperation and Internationalization, and thank you for your support, we need to concentrate our effort to see through the Center of Excellence how to promote also this idea with the dual training. And now we do some activity, we do some seminar, workshop in the Center of Excellence. For example, we did on the 30th of October a seminar in the Center of Excellence in Construction, when we invite the private sector in construction to have a short discussion in the construction to see what is the opportunity to implement the dual training in this sector. And we will continue this activity. How I mentioned, we are very small, and for us it's very important all the project, because through the project we can achieve the faster results. Because when you work in the ministry, we need to have, let's say, the same approach with all the sector and so on. But when we have a project, we can go faster to achieve the result. So something like this.
Thank you very much, Silvio. Actually, my last question was exactly on the next steps and plan for the future. You already replied. So I take the opportunity to thank you very much for coming here today, for presenting the case of your country. As I said in the beginning, we consider it a case of best practice. It is, of course, a work in progress, as all educational reforms are. Money is always an issue. It's a big change for the centers, for the schools who became Center of Excellence. But all the indications that we have from actually working with them is that the developments are really going well and going fast. So thank you very much again for your participation.
Thank you, Filippo.
Since we talk about them, I would like to have the representative of the Center of Excellence on stage. All of them, please. Obada Liuba, Alexandra Raezzi, Mariana Barladeanu, Cezara Fetescu, Angela Botezatu e Lilia Zestrea. Sergio, you're not working for the Center of Excellence anymore. But since you worked before for them, please come. Sergio now works for the ministry, but he was working for the Center of Excellence. He's also an ambassador of ETF community of innovative educators. So it's also a pleasure for us to have you on board. We don't have time. We had planned just one question for you. We don't really have time to go through your question. We wanted for you to be on stage here because we really want to thank you for all the work you're doing, for your country, for us in our projects. And also we would like to thank you that despite the fact that every time we come to you, for you is additional work, you welcome us with a smile and you're very engaged in all the activities that we will put you through. So thank you very much again, and we have a small present for you.
If you work good, you will become the present from the ETF. This is need to be, Filippo, this exercise need to be institutionalized.
Ce la farò.
A little suspense.
Okay. Choose. Quality or quantity? One is bigger and one is... This is chocolate. This is one of the best products that we have in Torino. These are from me. These are not from ETF. So, especially for the big ones, the idea is that you can also bring them to the center. You can also share them. But of course, if you prefer to have it at home, is as you prefer. So again, thank you very much for all the work you're doing. We will continue working together with OED, with the Center of Excellence in the COPNET project. We will continue working with the ministry, potentially again on the revision of the legislation. So for us, it's a key area of work, and it's also a pleasure to work with. Thank you, ragazzi.
Thank you.
So, colleagues, we have reached, I think, more or less the end of the first day. I will not take much of your time, just 3 minutes. First of all, to thank everybody who has been so patiently following the discussions, but also those who presented different topics. Just think for a sec the different presenters we had today and the countries they come from. So we had speakers from far away, from South Africa, you heard, all the way to Europe, to Azerbaijan, to European countries, to Canada, and so on. I think it's impressive, and the discussion was indeed very, very, very rich. So thank you for that. I just wanted to I will not wrap up because we'll have a bit of time tomorrow while we will be more fresh and we'll be able, let's say, to think about what happened today. I just want to draw your attention on the day tomorrow. It's an important day as much as it was today. We are going to launch, let's say, the discussion for what comes next. And you already today gave us hints of what we should take into account. We will talk about the support services for CoVEs. This is very crucial. And we are going to give you a flavor of the feedback we have received so far from different centers of excellence again that we've been doing the last month. So that will be the morning tomorrow, and it will close down in a very nice way with an interview on stage of two very important speakers. The first one is our director, of course, so you have the opportunity tomorrow to meet Pilvi Torsti. She's our new director in ETF. She couldn't be with us today because, in fact, she's delivering a speech as we speak in Berlin. in another big conference talking about vocational excellence again. But also the director from DG Employment, Manuela Gelenk, in charge of the whole portfolio of vocational excellence, who again, she's involved in trialogue meetings in Brussels, and she couldn't be with us today, but she's flying tomorrow morning. Both of them are flying tomorrow morning to join us for this on-stage discussion. That will take place tomorrow. So my plea to you is for all of us to be here and contribute to that discussion. I think it would be the nicest way to close this beautiful event. So with these thoughts, thank you very much for today. I pass you the floor now to Simona.
Allora, I just have to keep, because I can't see anything without glasses. I just have to keep you 2 more minutes for some housekeeping information. Now, in order for you to go back, now you can go back autonomously, but we thought that if you need to be accompanied with the metro, which is very close by, to go back to your hotel, I don't know where the hostess is, so she's the lady that will wait for you. For those who would like to go back directly to the hotel right after the conference, basically in 3 minutes, you can follow her. It's just 5 minutes walking, and then you get to the metro station, and she will take you to the train station where we have the 2 hotels close by, one after the other, one near the other. Is this clear? For the others who want to do shopping, whatever, please follow me on Instagram for any suggestion. No, I'm joking. But actually, for those who remain for shopping or whatever, I mean, you go to Via Garibaldi, it's the main pedestrian street, and you will find whatever you want. And whatever you have in mind is just raining. So have an eye on the weather. So just to recap, this is very important. We leave in, let's say, 5 minutes, and the hostess is there waiting for you, and you walk nicely under the arcade. Pardon me? Habibi, I will tell you. Okay, information number 1. Information number 2. My voice is going. This is important, is for the dinner. The dinner is at Augusto Restaurant. I think that you have all the information in your note that you have received. In any case, it is in Via San Quintino 11, very close by to both of your hotels, basically right in between. And the dinner is planned at 8 p.m. this evening. Do not miss it, because, you know, today you only had a taste of the Italian food, and you will enjoy much more this evening. So 8 o'clock at the Augusto Restaurant, and even there you go autonomously, in the sense that you keep your time in this free time, and you go there. I think it's 15 minutes walking by each hotel, right, Serena? It's more or less 15 minutes walking by each hotel for our guests, just more or less to plan your time. Then, for tomorrow morning, mamma mia, I'm exhausted, I have to tell you, but still. For tomorrow morning, allora, you are in 2 different hotels, which means that those in Hotel Genova, raise your hands, just to be sure you are listening to me. Okay. Those in Hotel Genova, please be ready at 8 a.m. and hostess, I think the same. Always our wonderful lady down there. She's dressing in the dark, but she's there. So 8 o'clock in the morning from Hotel Genova, you meet the hostess and you walk down to the other hotel. So we avoid to be stuck in traffic as it happened this morning, okay? So 8 o'clock a.m., please be sharp at the reception, waiting for the hostess, and you walk down to the other hotel. For those in, for those in Hotel Genio, raise your hands. Bon voilà, the gang of Hotel Genio, you have to be ready at 8:10 a.m. because for all of you, Genio, Genova, I don't know, Roma, Florence, whatever hotel, the bus is leaving at 8:15 from Hotel Genio. We don't wait anyone because we are bad people. Va bene? Okay, allora, thank you, see you tomorrow, enjoy the dinner, was a pleasure, you are free! Thank you!